Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
We absolutely will. And today we're going to be covering a featured stories, Patriots Day, and the growing question of Fed involvement. We're also going to be looking at potentially at least a anti-white person video, and we'll be speaking to that. Kevin McCarthy, the scumbag, finally Speaker of the House. We'll talk about him. You have the former Green Beret warns of some very interesting trends in the U.S. military. We'll get to that. Go free lesson of the day from the glossary, mercenary, and the MP. White people having a preference for their own people is evil. Your questions, comments, and calls, and then there's this. Ben Shapiro and Cenk Uygur, both rabid anti-whites, decide they want to take their anti-whiteism to the next level. So they buy some weapons and decide that they should go on a hunting trip to get comfortable with killing. As new to hunting and even new to being in the woods, they clumsily grope through the forest. Eventually, they happen upon some turkeys. Ben tells Cenk that he is going to circle around to the other side of the turkeys so that the turkeys are exactly between the two of them. That way, when they shoot, there's no possibility of missing them. As Ben circles around to the other side, Cenk guides him via walkie-talkie so that the turkeys are directly between them. In fact, to Cenk, Ben appears to be sitting among the turkeys, and to Ben, Cenk appears the same way. The brilliant hunters they are. But Ben thinks he needs to be a little further back to be able to shoot all the turkeys, which they have taken to subtly calling the white race. But just as Ben is walking backward to readjust his position, he falls down a 30-foot cliff. Darn. Cenk rushes down and finds Ben in bad shape. He has 2 broken legs and a broken hip. And as Cenk is nothing but fat, no muscle, he can't carry Ben's feminine body out of the woods. He contemplates leaving him to get help or even just leaving him for dead. But Cenk is too dumb to remember the way out, and he knows it. What are we going to do? Asks Cenk. Ben moans. The international signal of distress is to fire 3 shots into the air. Cenk fires 3 shots, but 2 hours later, they are still alone. And it's starting to precipitate a cold rain as the temperature drops, as well as the sun. What do we do now? Cenk asks, shivering and soaking wet. Try it again, damn it, Ben commands. And Cenk fires 3 more shots into the air. As they wait, the rain turns to sleet and then to snow. The sun is long gone and the temperature has dropped below freezing. Both would-be hunters are in bad shape. We're going to die out here, says Cenk. Fire 3 more shots, Ben shouts. I can't feel my legs or arms anymore. Okay, responds Cenk, but these are my last 3 arrows. are you talking about, dad joke? That was actually a really good joke. When I first came upon that one, it made me roar. But welcome to Going Free, the gathering that saves lives in an entire race of mankind, as well as the countries that said people create. Wonderful to see you all on this Sunday evening, Monday morning, and whatever part of the world that you were in, where morning has already arisen. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. Is the microphone? Didn't have a chance to check on that microphone to make sure, yes, we are with the right mic, so it should sound good. It's great to see every single one of you. Over the course of this gathering, you may reach out to me and ask questions, make comments. You can even disagree as long as you do it respectfully. I'm happy to speak with you. I want to make sure that everybody knows that we're having a lot of new people showing up. And so when they do, we are the most welcoming community on planet Earth. And so, even though new folks showing up are going to be wholly inside the anti-white narrative and using the locutions that destroy themselves, their families, their communities, our people, our countries, Western civilization in total, although they're going to be speaking like that, we are going to respect them, we're going to love them, and we're going to allow them potentially to make their points with anti-white argumentation about how much they hate the world. And then we might suggest here or there some new concepts that they could start using that will improve their ability to understand this world and the kind of things that we do here. You can simply say, hey, you know what? When I'm talking about these kinds of things, I use what this guy here on the screen taught me. I'll say anti-white narrative instead of a wokeism or something of this sort. And you might want to think about checking that out and trying that out sometimes. These guys also got a book. These sorts of comments, very accommodating to people. That's what we do here. Thank you all very much for welcoming in all of these new patriots and nationalists from around planet Earth who are checking us out, retweeting, regabbing, and loving the work we are doing. It's very exciting. 2023 is the year to go free. You all are going to be a part of that. We're going to make big news. We're going to make really big news this year because we're going to be the ones making it happen in service to white well-being, which is the well-being of everyone. Because if we do not end anti-whiteism, the ideology that is destroying the West, for everyone, it won't matter how much these folks have what else they have going on in their lives, whatever else might be wonderful, because it will all be ruined. Everything that is good in the West that we care about and that we would like to defend, people of all races, is under the attack, defined as and defended as retributive justice against Western kind. It is time that we recognize that this is the case and that we defend where we are being attacked. God bless everybody who is here from, of course, our gorgeous, wonderful Western kind and everyone else who is here as well, our noble allies who have come because they have realized that they want the West to continue, or it is just simply immoral to do this to a people, what's being done to Western kind. Good folks all, wonderful to see you. You may also financially gift. You can do so over at knowwhyguilt.org, where you can click on the financial gifts tab and you can financially gift with a cryptocurrency. There are 5 different wallets there and you can use any of those. And in fact, just last month, I didn't see at the very end of the month, I did not see that there was an anonymous gift over there of $42.39 in cryptocurrency. It's still spendable, folks. Let's get a round of raucous emojis. $42.39. Oh, sevens if you can get your arm up there. If it's not, if you still have the muscle to, and the folks here in this community, they have the muscle. They're not like Sank and they're not like Ben Shapiro. They have muscle here. We have muscle in our hearts, muscle in our minds, muscle in our spirit. We're ready to recapture our destiny. God bless that wonderful champion, whoever you are. You can be one of those folks by heading on over to knowwhyguilt.org, and you can click on the financial gift tab. You'll see those 5 wallets, count them, 5 wallets there, and you can anonymously financially gift yours truly. Big thank you to that individual. There is Ethereum, there is Bitcoin, and there are others, and we hope that you will participate. You can also financially gift over the course of this gathering by way of Cash App, which will be off to the monitors on my right, your left, or you can do so on over at DLive, and Odyssey, which is off to my left, your right, monitors over to that side, monitors all around. That's so I know what's going on across the world. Might even be watching you. We'll see, though. Wonderful to have you all here. How's everybody doing? I see the great Kate's already here. There's Victorian time traveler. Franklin is with us, the leader of the GFC of Virginia. We're going to be doing great stuff. Look at that, folks. Dean Danger, School of the West. If you're interested in online education, helping your children, helping yourself, you don't even need kids. You can head on over to schoolofthewest.world, and Brent will give you that link, and you can head on over there and you can begin either participating, learning, contributing. We want you to be a part of that great noble effort. And there's the wonderful Yiz, the unifier, is with us. True champ, God bless her. Casey is here. JD is here. First Last is here. He says, did you say Cash App? Did you say Cat? Maybe he's already been over there. We'll head on over there in just 1 second. Good sir. There's the Elaine Sabatino, one of our very best. 23 going free. What are your opinions on Kevin McCarthy? Get him in. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt over the course of this gathering. You can do so on any one of these lovely platforms. They're all wonderful, even though they censor the hell out of me. Make sure that you tag me. No White Guilt. No White Guilt. No White Guilt. Maybe you're right-handed. No white guilt, no white guilt, no white guilt. I'm ambidextrous, which means both hands are not that talented. Well, that's not exactly true. A very rare word, and you can take this to your family gatherings, is ambisinister. Ambisinister, it means bad with both hands rather than dexterous with both hands. Is here. Great to see you, brother. Mr. Vision is here. Western Kind Art, and we're going to begin with a swashbuckling announcement. We're going to get right into this news. Patriots Day. Did you celebrate? Did you remember? We're going to begin as each year goes by. I tweeted about it. I gabbed about it. We're going to, every year that goes by, Patriots Day, January 6, 21, 1/6/21, we are going to make a bigger and bigger day to remember Patriots Day. That's what it is. We named it here. We even went back in time and grabbed the videos of how I put it together. We named it here, and we need to promulgate it to the world. Did you remember on Patriots Day? It goes beyond the people that showed up there that day, which may or may not have been me, counted among that number, at least until we recapture our destiny. But did you remember that day along with me and so many others? It goes well beyond, because it's the patriots of all countries of the West. Indeed, this can be a global holiday. Remember that I said so here before it was said anywhere else. Why can it be global? Because all of our Western countries have been stolen from us. Our destiny of our creation, our projection of our spirit, our instinct, our biospirit onto the world has been stolen from us, usurped by demons in the night, anti-whites, from A to Z, usurped, and now they use the power of the states that we have created against us. And so it is a day that patriots of all of our countries can remember that we have suffered a great theft in our countries, and that these governments are in the hands of people who hate Western kind. And we know this if we know anything there is, from birth to death in our countries across the West. Western Kind Art got out there. We're going to be talking about that Patriots Day. She got out there. We got a swashbuckling announcement. And she's spreading and promulgating the Go Free method to as many people as she possibly can, because of the good it has done her, the good it has done for her loved ones, the good it has done for co-workers, colleagues, people in her world, and how she can see, she's been here for a long time, she can actually see it functioning as the curative contagion it was designed to function as. Mere concepts that you use in your life. And she sees it changing the world. She's reaching out to people, and someone reached back out to her and said, hey there, I want to thank you. I had never heard of Go Free until I saw one of your Twitter posts discussing how it changed your life. Since then, I watched some NWG videos and been on some live streams. And just yesterday, Amazon delivered my copy of Go Free. I guess I'm just now starting this journey. Feels good. Thank you. Have a great day. let's get a great day. Let's get a great day to Western Kind Art, who's with us today. 07s, raucous emojis. God bless you, sister. How truly magnificent. Break them out. Break them out. Break them out. The raucous emojis. Ivan is here. And let's see, what do we have over here on Cash App? Hello to Davey, and is that Mercer? And hello to Casey again. And there's the great Southern Blue Montana Kid is with us. White Wolf, HU, great to see you. Hamilton, hello, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton, I presume. We'll just mix that up a little bit. All right, yeah, Cash App is keep out your raucous emojis because we are going to give some 07s. We're going to give some 07s, some raucous emojis, wild, like seizing kind of emojis for the one and only First Last, who has financially gifted just now, saying everything he wanted to say with these dollars, with these white well-being dollars, 100 God bless Western Kind dollars. 100 of them. Every single one. A God bless Western Kind dollars. God bless you, good sir. God bless you. And great to see you again. Way to start off the gathering here today. Haven't even reached the bottom of the first hour, and we're already with First Last, a 100 white well-being dollars to make it home, make it real, make it live. James is with us. Artificer is here. Great to see you as well. Hello. If you haven't already shared this gathering's URL, please do so because we are silenced. My tongue is cut out, and that hurts. My tongue is actually a couple years ago, some of you were with me. I did have a piece of my tongue cut out underneath because my tongue was stitched to the bottom of my mouth from birth. And they cut that out, and now it flaps around in the breeze. Cindy Ben is here. Hello to you and welcome. Just for fun. And there's the great Caleb is with us. Promethean Promulgation is here. Is everybody having a great year? How about that? 100 white well-being dollars. And you know those are the best dollars on planet Earth because every time you financially gift in white well-being dollars, a white baby gets a smile. This is like that miracle on 34th Street. Angel gets his wings. A white baby is born with a big smile every time you financially gift with white well-being dollars. Looks like I had a tag here. Elaine Sabatino says it. Promethean hails to you too. And she's got some swashbuckling flags. Western Kind Art, do we have a GFC in North Carolina? No, but you are going to start one. Or do you know some folks there? Look at all the penguins from Franklin. All right, Patriots Day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and get into this. Looks like Entropy is up and running properly. And hello to everybody over there at D Live and Odyssey. Good to see you. And where are we? Patriots Day. Has it disappeared on me? Has Patriots? No. This, I write in a recent tweet, is also obvious. The only way to defeat this is to defend where they attack, which is white people and what we create. We are condemned not because we want freedom and accountability in government, but because we aren't anti-white enough for the anti-white oligarchs. You know it's the truth. That verbiage attached to this piece of news. Never forget Megan Paradise, the Ray Epps female clone caught on megaphone directing Trump supporters to the U.S. Capitol. broke into lawmaker's office, filmed the room, has not been arrested. Megan Paradise was listed as number 16 on the FBI's January 6th most wanted list. This is in the news. And so I am just telling you something that's in the news, not saying that it is a fact. You have to get those from CNN. Number 16 on the FBI's January 6th most wanted list, Ray Epps says here was number 20. I thought he was a little bit lower on that list. On that same, it says on the same list, Luke Phillips, a.k.a. Ginger Gun, number 343 on the list, was armed with a gun and wearing an earpiece. He was later removed from the FBI most wanted list, according to this news source. Ray Epps was later dropped from the FBI list as well, according to this story. And Megan Paradise has not been arrested and then later dropped from the wanted list. Pretty interesting. We also have over on Revolver News, the creator of Revolver, Beatty, Darren Beatty, recently joined Glenn Beck in his studio in Dallas for a no-holds-barred discussion of January 6th, Patriots Day. They will start calling it Patriots Day because of us. Geopolitics and the killers in government that people might not expect. He says here, and it's the teaser, but it's really all there is. So it's like movies for the past 50 years. The teaser is all that's really any good anymore. They take all of the good bits of the movie, and the maker does, and then he just hands them to marketers, and he says, go ahead. And then they stitch it together, and they put it out there, and now, bing, you've seen the movie. You don't have to go. Take that as a tip from Uncle Jason. It's not just Ray Epps, who the government has ignored. Darren J. Beatty tells me he, quote, pulled out all the stops, close quote, to identify January 6th rioter, Patriots Day, Fatty Glenn Becky. Pulled out all the stops to hunt down, quote, scaffold commander, close quote. This sounds like a totally just heinous, cringeworthy comic book character. It is scaffold commander. How does he fight evil? Does he erect scaffolds everywhere he goes? Scaffold commander. He's like carrying around a big scaffold everywhere he goes. He can't really climb the buildings like Spider-Man. He has to erect a scaffold. So he's like, okay, come back in like 16 weeks and I will totally be up the side of this building. Scaffold commander. But Beatty says he found nothing. Quote, if his identity is actually uncovered, it's going to be one of the biggest scandals in the country, close quote. Now, this implies that Beatty knows who the person is. And that is simply not true. You do not have to go suffer through Glenn Beckian moments to get to that moment there. I'm telling you now, he does not know. Beatty doesn't know who Scaffold Commander is. Scaffold Commander essentially was in one place and then rushed over to another place with a megaphone, and he was telling people, move forward. And just as the barricades, after the barricades, I think maybe they even said he cut some of the barricades, and then he ended up someplace else saying, move forward. But he can't find out who Scaffold Commander is. And Scaffold Commander, according to Beatty's research, is not on the FBI's list. So this person who played a pivotal role, also potentially, according to Beatty, an insider, somebody working for intelligence or hired by intelligence in the United States or maybe another country. That's also possible as well. So what happened on Patriots Day? First Class is making the great point. Biggest scandal does not move the needle. Going free moves the needle. How many times in this country's history, your whole life, parents, grandparents' whole lives, we've had these massive moments, these enormous scandals when all was revealed, or at least a great deal was revealed, and then nothing. crickets because the information is totally irrelevant. That's the bottom line. That information that they share, and that's what so many people in the white sympathetic sphere, implicit and explicit, simply do not have the raw processing power, as I do, to understand that all of these big events, all of the you could point to a truth out there that it doesn't matter. It has never mattered your whole life. It isn't a magic word, but there are magic words, concepts that we share in the Go Free. What makes them magic is what they do to your perception and to what you center and focus on with the rest of your thinking. There are also magic words that are black magic words. Those we refer to as meme pathogens. Those are the concepts, anti-white concepts, that undermine your thinking, that prevent you from thinking in a way that's beneficial to your well-being if you're white. If you're non-white and you care about things like freedom of speech, right to self-defense, freedom of assembly, etc., you care about all these things that the founding fathers, all white, enshrined in the Constitution in the United States, and you go elsewhere, you have Magna Carta and elsewhere, you have these things that white people did in the West. God bless them. God thank them. Everybody thank them for doing it. Enshrined to protect us and cause, as individuals, from the tyranny of power holders, to protect us from that tyranny. Of course, the documents themselves have never stood up and done anything. But if you get in any way in front of, inhibit anti-whites and what they do to Western kind and what they want to do and how they mar and sully and destroy and white erase everything that we create in our countries, you too are victimized by them. There is only one thing that has been shown to work to push back against anti-whiteism and the anti-white narrative, and that is the Go Free method. Why is that? Because the anti-white narrative, anti-whiteism, is psychological warfare. The exact same psychological warfare people who would hire folks to go out into a protest and then cut fences and tell people to move ahead so that all you'd have to do, and of course, I'm not saying that's what happened, but all you have to do is to cut the fence and get people to move forward and maybe redirect the Capitol Police so that their already thin numbers would be too few to hold back a rush driven on by anti-white agents, if that's what happened, or at least we're talking about a hypothetical now, could happen, drive them in, and then nothing would have to happen. Not even fisticuffs, not even sad looks, not even sad sack looks at the guards, the fat, donut eating, what a pathetic thing America has become, guards inside. How about the anti-white, non-white guards who decide they want to shoot dead veterans who are unarmed, who have entered the Capitol building? You don't even need any of that. You just need the people to go in, because then the anti-whites who control the anti-white narrative, the regime's media, you might call it legacy media, mainstream media, whatever it is, then they will just tell you what happened there because you weren't there. You see, everything that happens outside of your life and your immediate family's lives that they could relate to you and you could be certain enough to take to the bank is told to you by these monsters. And they use psychological warfare to manipulate your thinking, because it is the ideas that animate the man, ideas that animate the woman. So if they control your thought, they control your actions. And what else did they conclude? What else did they figure out that you don't hear anybody else talk about in the white sympathetic sphere, except for me, because I'm the smartest, except for me and this community? You don't hear anybody else talk about it. They love to talk about how they can control the thinking with the information. They'll tell you what, here's the thing that they don't talk about. The thinking that matters is the subconscious thinking. The thinking that controls your life, 95% of your life, is done in your subconscious mind. And the subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between reality or fiction. And then the masses of people think that because consciously they can say that they know something is false, they can say that what they are carrying around in their subconscious mind is erroneous, they think that they've overcome it. And then they relinquish their lives back to it again. This is why you have to go free. This is why go free is the only thing that matters. So, Patriots Day, we have all of these stories, all of these people coming forward. I don't know how much of it is true. Maybe none of it, right? The ear is against the door. Maybe much of it. Maybe all of it. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Or maybe we won't. We'll see. Kevin McCarthy, and we'll be going into that story in just a moment, now has had to make some concessions. And we'll see if the politicians in the Freedom Caucus are going to be able to do what they were fighting to do in withholding their vote from Kevin McCarthy, voting present, disappearing, going to the toilet when it was time to vote, voting for somebody else, voting for what was that thing that lived in the trash can on Sesame Street? Voting for that thing. We're going to see if they can hold their feet to the fire, because it's the kind of thing that they have to keep anti-whites in charge, that dominate, have to keep silent. They have to prevent people from knowing if there were agents of the United States or of other countries or hired mercenaries. Because don't forget hired mercenaries. Everybody's here talking about feds. Everybody, Fedsurrection, I think, is what Beatty calls what took place on the Patriots Day. There was no such thing. You have to draw a line between what was really taking place that day, us in our story, saying enough is enough, and showing up in colossal numbers to say enough is enough to the federal government. Draw a line between that and what was in our hearts, the vast majority of those people, what was in our actual hearts, what it meant to us. That is the story, not what the anti-whites say, oh, this is objectively the case, and therefore it's genuine, it's real. False. He's essentially, Beatty is taking their term insurrection and he's empowering it by using it, by turning it into a typical conservative, and I love conservatives. Those are the values, conservative values. But conservatives are misled by people who shouldn't be in charge of the ideas that are communicated to conservatives, to patriots, to nationalists. Because Beatty is making a big error by calling this an Fedsurrection. Two big problems. Number one, he is keeping alive, he's giving life, he's breathing life into the anti-white narrative's idea that it was an insurrection that took place in Washington, D.C. How idiotic. But number two, none of the people, if there were anybody there, a single one or many that were there in bad faith to engender an outcome, not even violence, but just an outcome of patriots on the inside of the Capitol building, so that anti-white professors and fiction writers who call themselves reporters can then say, this is what happened. None of those people need to be in the employ of the United States government, either directly or indirectly. There are anti-whites of ungodly wealth, and not even that. There are anti-whites who are just plain Jane millionaire, not even decamillionaire, just a couple millions, and they will hire people to arrive at anti-white outcomes. They've done it forever. They're caught forever. And again, to the point First Last made, catching them, the expose, what has, for all of the momentum that Project Veritas engenders with its exposés, which are now becoming really stale. They're now becoming really flat. Initially explosive because you couldn't get an expose on anything anti-whites were doing. But now, what does it do? It's like a flop every time. It could be the biggest thing, and it's a flop now. People are just like, okay, now what? Now the go free method. That's the only thing that can change our futures for us. So, Patriots Day. We have to, as I say here, we have to acknowledge that it's all so obvious that this recurs again and again and again, and it's not going anywhere. It's not reoccurring, which means it happens once. It's recurring, which means it goes again and again and again. It's like a phone ringing. It goes again. Anti-whites are going to continue to do stuff like this. There'll be another rally, and there'll be more feds or whatever they are. And there'll be another shocker, and you'll put it out on the front page of your website, and it will accomplish nothing. It's a complaint. It's doom documenting. The only way to defeat this is to defend, and I want all my good conservative, patriot, nationalist brothers and sisters out there to listen closely to this. You cannot defeat those who are victimizing us by defending where they are not attacking. It only appears that they are after free speech. They love free speech when it comes to anti-whites, don't they? They'll let them say anything. They'll let them, and you've shared that with your cousin Billy and your Bob, your employer. You've shared that they're real hypocrites. They censor your freedom of speech. So, golly, they just want to kill free speech. But then they'll allow anti-whites to go out in the streets and do worse than shout fire in a crowded theater. No, they'll go out there and shout, let's burn the city down. I have kerosene and lighters. Let's do it this way. And then they'll shout they want to go after a federal judge, Supreme Court judges. And the anti-whites come forward and say, well, that's their freedom of speech. And then you end up saying, well, that's hypocrisy. It's not hypocrisy. It only appears as hypocrisy because you don't know what's really going on. When you understand that they have anti-white objectives, then you realize that both of those contradictory positions make perfect sense. You need to defend where they attack. If they're punching at your face, covering your midsection is not going to protect you. Does that make sense? If they're punching you in the face and knocking teeth out of your mouth, protecting your midsection and talking about how you can't see color, so you're not going to call this anti-white, doesn't protect you. Do you understand? Lifetime, generations of conservatives have not been able to understand. Generations of patriots, generations of nationalists have not been able to understand. I don't care how distasteful it is to you. It is distasteful to you to defend against attacks based on race because you have been brainwashed into thinking that the moral thing in society is to victimize the white race. And therefore, it is immoral to stop that victimization. You're hoping in some sort of cowardly way that you can stop that victimization without actually mentioning that it's the white race that's being victimized. You're hoping that is some like secondary or tertiary outcome of stopping this encroachment on freedom of speech, that you'll protect the white race. It doesn't work that way. Grandpappy and Grandmammy was wrong. So were your parents. How dumb do you have to be to keep doing what they did? We've got to acknowledge where the anti-whites are attacking, why they're attacking, and we have to defend there. Defending against anti-white attacks does not make you an immoral person. It does not make you the monster in their story, and that is why you go free with us, to be in our story where they have to come find you, and they are the immoral actor. We are condemned not because we want freedom and accountability, but because we aren't anti-white enough for the anti-white oligarchs. If those people had gone, and you know it's true, if those people had gone on Patriots Day to the Capitol, and they had been rabid anti-whites from start to finish, wanted nothing more. Maybe they wanted to burn down the Capitol building because it was designed and the whole of the government in the United States by white people. You would be praised as saints, and you know it. People went in there with bombs in the past that were anti-white, and you've never heard of them. And that is done on purpose. People who they praised as saints when they committed these acts. People who they apologized for to sections of the country's population that were not ready for anti-whiteism that was quite that blood-curdling. Let's make sure that every Patriots Day moving forward is a big day for us. Not a big day for how many feds. Not a big day for using the insurrection word in various forms. A big day for us. Patriots Day is the day that the patriot lost his innocence. And if we do not drive that point home, then the millions of our brothers and sisters out there in the world will continue to think of it as insurrection, and that insurrection should have been done that day. And when they talk about it to push back, they'll call it January 6th. Ridiculous. Let me jump into, since we're under 50 minutes to the top of the hour, we're going to go a little bit beyond that before we take our first break. Make sure that you're sharing the URL, share the stream. This is the only place that a change gets made in the world. And I tell you, I'm not the most entertaining. I might not be the easiest to identify with, probably because I'm so amazing. But you can be amazing too. So you have to help us get this word out to as many people as we can. This is the best kept secret. We are not going to save these United States, this once great country of Canada, this once great United Kingdom or Germany or Poland or whatever it might be. We're not going to be able to recapture our destiny and make these places reflect. I mean, it is truly insane today. There are people, and make no mistake, so many of you out there are not so explicitly white sympathetic and implicitly white sympathetic, which is you patriots out there, you nationalists, you conservatives. You're implicitly white sympathetic. I know it. Don't try to fool me. You've gone like schizo nutso, hating on the people that are the kindest to you, like Donald Trump and Elon Musk. I have seen more hatred for these two guys out of white sympathetic folks. It's totally nonsensical. It's like a fit of hysterics. More hatred for them than for Biden. More hatred for them than for Kamala. Gee, I wonder, could it be anti-whites online fanning the flames? Could it be anti-whites online? I mean, it makes no sense. Your whole life, you've been voting for the lesser of two evils across the West. Your whole life, because you haven't had an option, like a genuine option that could really do something, that could really push back against anti-whiteism. Why? Because Go Free didn't exist. So you've been voting for the less of two evils. And the least of the evils is Donald Trump and Musk. And all you all can do is talk about how much you hate them. And all I got to do is say something positive about them objectively. I'm an adult. My objective is to serve white well-being, to recapture the destiny of Western kind so that all of our countries can be Western and noble and on a track of enlightenment and empowerment for all the peoples who call those countries home. That's my objective. And so you know what that means? That means if Donald Trump today is useful and noble and we can push him to a good outcome for us and for the West, I say, hell yes. But when I say something positive about Donald Trump, even though I was his first critic and everybody hated on me in the very beginning, when I said second week, we didn't see the signs that I said I believe we would have to see if he were going to be carrying out all of the things he promised in the campaign. People hated on me for that, just for pointing. And then I was right. Now I say oh, this guy, he's going to fire the Trump train up again. He's going to run against Biden. He's going to, etc. Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know he's going to be making strange bedfellows. Yeah, so what? We will be making hay while the sun shines with Donald Trump or whoever, Elon Musk, whoever we can. We're going to make it work for us. But what happens in the white sympathetic sphere? Make a positive statement, get 500 dislikes and foul comments about Donald Trump and being a lackey for Donald Trump, being a dirtbag for a servant of Israel's. These people who say these sorts of things. And I said, at Christmas time, I said, you know what? I'm going to open my heart to all the death threaters. I'm going to open my heart to everybody who wants to say they're going to kill me. They're going to kill my family members. Everybody who's making up all these lies, slanderous lies, character defamation, to turn people away from us. I'm going to open my heart. I'm going to say, look, I forgive you. You don't know the harm you're doing because intellectually and emotionally, you are misfit. And I mean that like in a scientific way. These folks, they don't have the IQ, or some of them are motivated by bad motives. And so these people, when we see opportunity, and you got to move quick in this world, you got to move real quick. You want to see some good environments in which that is really on display. It holds true for everything. But where it's really on display is in warfare and business. You got to move quick. You get an idea, you're only 10 seconds ahead of the other guy getting the same idea. You got to move. You got to find the connections to make it happen. Because if you don't, your opposition is going to beat you to it. If you don't, your victimizer is going to victimize you before you can get to that yard mark. We see an opportunity with an Elon Musk. And I told you all from the very beginning about Elon Musk, like an adult. He's in it for himself. But so what? We are going to have, what did I say? We are going to have a period from the moment he's forced to buy until the moment when we have the same level of censorship at Twitter that we had before, or something approximating it, right? And so I said, when we have this opportunity, gangbusters, baby, gangbusters. Let's make it happen. Get on Twitter. Let everybody know about white well-being. Make friends with all the implicit white sympathetic folks out there. Trump supporters, America first. And I mean, when I say America first, I mean America first as Donald Trump and and the Freedom Caucus people, their audiences, which is what? Their voters. It's like customers in business. We have to get to these people because why? Because we have what will change their lives. They can stop complaining. They can stop being fools. They can stop doing this research into who was behind this, because they end up doing things that can't effectuate positive outcomes because they don't have the power and the tools to effectuate positive outcomes. So they create busy work for themselves. They might as well work for the government. Another boondoggle they've made of their lives. And I say something positive about Elon Musk, and immediately the attacks. Something positive about Donald Trump, immediately the slanders. When they show up, do like I do. And you could say to 1 every 10, hey, look, listen. And you honestly mean this, because I honestly mean it. This is a person who is benighted. And they can't, even when it's explained to them, as I have repeatedly explained, over and over, which is what repeatedly means, how they are misdirected, fooled, chumped, bitched, however you want to say it, and you explain it for them, and they still don't understand. So they are benighted. It is a matter of IQ. It is a matter of what's called emotional IQ, even though it's what that just means is your wisdom, how well or not you're able to control your emotional outbursts. These people are just unwell. When they show up, ban, block, goodbye. You're just unable to understand. You're gone. you're banned, and go look for people who can get it. Because there are a lot of good people. We're finding tons of folks. I had an account follow me on Twitter, 80,000 followers, patriotic account, 80,000. They're going to be more like that, more normal, ordinary folks out there. Make sure you reach them. And so using that to segue into the swamp creature, the swamp thing, which is Kevin McCarthy. Now, there are a lot of people out there misled by the likes of Sean Hannity, Sean the moron Hannity, Sean the midget-witted, midget-sticked Hannity, who is paid, what was it? What did Mark Dice say? He's paid $30,000 an episode? $30,000 an episode to mislead patriots and nationalist conservative folks, Tea Party folks, to mislead them, to get them to continue to support swamp turd like Kevin McCarthy. Let me tell you all, if y'all don't know, and I get it if y'all on the outside, you're not in DC. Caleb says he saw that Andrew Anglin follows me as well. Brother, they're all going to end up following us because we are normal, law-abiding, ordinary, extraordinary members of Western kind, pay our taxes, obey the law, go to church if you believe in Christ, go to temple, I guess if you're a Mormon or a polytheist, go to, I don't know, the morgue if you're an atheist. I don't know what you would go to. Go to the zoo if you're an atheist. We are those who have power. We are those who have money. We are those who have integrity. We are those who have intelligence. We are those who are connected. We are those who hold seats in positions of authority in the homeowners association, in the county government, in the state governments, in the federal government, in the bureaucracy. Oh, Jason, you know what? They doxed him. They doxed him. And isn't he some kind of law enforcement? That means you shouldn't be interested. You shouldn't, because nobody in our movement can have any authority whatsoever. You all have to be, everybody in our cause has to be an absolute imbecilic loser and unable to get a job or a girlfriend. And how many iterations does that come out to in the white sympathetic sphere? They're all going to end up following us because we're throwing our arms around our other brothers and sisters out there who are the good, normal folks. Half the country in the United States, good, normal people of all backgrounds, of all immutable characteristics. Good folks. We're throwing our arms around. We're going to tell them about Kevin McCarthy. So you're not on the hill. I'll tell you this. This is what this POS does. Kevin McCarthy is a piece of shit. I had to spell it out because some people might have heard me say POS and then they were like, what exactly? Like a positive orchestrator? No, that's not what this guy is. And so you have to ask yourself, big supporters like Sean Hannity, who wouldn't let Boebert get a word in edgewise when he had her on to interview. He had her on to specifically, Freedom Caucus, to specifically humiliate Boebert and the Freedom Caucus and anybody standing against the system, the rhinos, the anti-white Republican establishment, which is what they are. Kevin McCarthy as anti-white as the day is long. And that's the real divide, folks. Are they anti-white or not? That's the real divide in the West. Period. It doesn't matter. Don't bother telling me, well, in Estonia, we have the parties, yada, 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 yada. It probably actually sounds like that. Beautiful people, wonderful language. All that matters is that they're anti-white or not. Are you anti-white? Then you're an enemy of Western civilization. You're destroying Western civilization. That is Kevin McCarthy. He is there for himself. He is anti-white. I'm not inside of his soul. So I can't say. I would never be inside of his body. So I can't say. Not going to get into his shoes. So I can't say exactly how much personally he hates white people, but he knows that many power holders are anti-white, and he knows they'll pay him, and he knows that ideology brings him satisfaction, an anti-white ideology called anti-whiteism. And so he goes around, he's been going around since 2007, I think, in DC, since he got elected, making deals and fucking people over. He will come, they will whip for votes, they will call up other offices, and they'll say, hey, I really need you. This is what Kevin McCarthy does. I really need you to vote for this bill, this omnibus bill, which, by the way, these bills going all the way back to when I was on the Hill, I was asking, when I found this out for firsthand, like, okay, why are they hiding? And you can ask Kate, she's in the audience right now in the live stream. You can ask her. They'll put these giant bills together, and Kevin McCarthy is a perfect author of this sort of thing. And then right in the middle of a bill that's, its title is for something like American Forests, right in the middle of like 18,000 words or 25,000 words or 50,000 words, whatever these longest ones have been. They'll put in there, millions for this anti-white group, millions for that anti-white outcome, millions for, and you know what has happened as a consequence of hiding all that shit in these great big bills? And that is a chief architect of that sort of garbage is Kevin McCarthy. And I'll get back to whipping votes in a second. But a consequence of that is anti-whiteism everywhere you look. You want to know why there's anti-whiteism under endless names, including CRT? It's because you have funded it. It's because your tax dollars, by way of Kevin McCarthy and others like him, swamp turds, have voted your dollars into the laps of psychotic people who want to diddle children in their spare time or in their main time. It's because you financed it. So many of you people now who are Kevin McCarthy supporters, Rhino supporters, Sean Hannity supporters, not a single one, not one person should show up to watch him on Fox or to listen to him on Fox on radio. Not one. Let him broadcast in silence. He's wretched anyhow. He is as dumb as a block of wood. And wasn't he I've worked carpentry, so I can say this. He was a carpenter, right? He is as dumb as the wood. He is as dumb as the wood he worked with. If that's what he was originally, maybe he really wasn't. Maybe that was just one of those bullshit origin stories where he's a man of the people. And now he's on the radio. Sean Hannity. Yeah. And then what do they think of the man of the people that they put this guy out there? They can't string a sentence together. He mocks Biden endlessly. And yet he can't put together several thoughts without just reading it off a teleprompter. He mocked Obama for that. And it's true. Obama couldn't give a speech without a teleprompter. People say, well, he's such a great speaker. When he has something to read, there are people today, because of Sean Hannity's, maybe not him specifically, but because of that type, who have conceded that, oh, yes, Obama was a great speaker. He didn't, he was wrong on this or that, but he was a great speaker. Being a great speaker is what I do. A great reader, me as well, better than Obama, but he can read. He can read well. And to celebrate that is really to say something about their baseline. Hannity will make fun endlessly of the corpse in chief, and then himself can't string a thought together and stumble over a thought that somebody wrote on a teleprompter. That if you don't know, and I know a lot of people don't actually know, the words are scrolling over the screen, and you're like, no, I can't see them. No, you can't. That's how the technology works. He's looking right at you, but he's reading. I don't have that. Don't have that. If I want to look at monitors, I got to look around here. I got a webcam. Why? Because I don't get paid $30,000 an episode to be able just to read to you and to maintain the Kevin McCarthys out there. So it's because of Sean Hannity that we have CRT. Do you see the linkage? It's because of Sean Hannity that we have people who want to dress up like demons and then go to your local library and read to children. And in the demon clothing, it's like what is it? Fredericks of Hollywood? It's like Demons of Hollywood. That's what it's, Demons of Hollywood. They want to show up in front of your kids in like lingerie to read to them at the library. Why is that there? Why is it a force that is just everybody in the white sympathetic sphere talk about? And I'm talking about all conservatives on the Hill when I worked on the Hill. And maybe I got to remind people too that I was invited by a Supreme Court justice to watch arguments. I mean, I worked in the Nerve Center for the conservative movement under Bush Jr. while he was in office. These folks will say endlessly, it's like they just have this endless momentum, this endless force, this endless, do they ever sleep? It's just like the devil never rests. You're paying them, dipshit. You are paying them because Sean Hannity got you to like Kevin McCarthy. That's the problem. That's why they're not endless and sleepless. They just come to work. They come to work because you're paying them. So this guy gets on the phone to whip for votes. That means he's going to beg on you to come on over to his and vote for something he wants. He's got this bill with all of these issues, not a single issue bill, which now he's said, okay, it's only going to be single issue bills. This should actually be the law of the land, by the way, not just it should be law of the land, that you can't bring a bill, that it takes a genius who has the ability to read tens of thousands of words a night to be able to find the garbage in the middle of it, the garbage hidden here and the verbiage hidden there, that they then, with these little statements, that they make the statements so that they're so sort of amorphous, they can just see anything in them. It's like they could write like paper clips are used in society, and then they'll take that, oh, that means that we can take your right to self-defense away. That's how the anti-whites work. So they call up and they say, we need you. We need you to come and vote for this. And they'll say, all right, I'll do it. You're gonna back me up, right? Of course, Kevin McCarthy says. And then what happens? He's nowhere to be found. Very often, when there are people who bring bills forward and they call on Kevin McCarthy's favor because he got a favor with them and got a vote out of them, they call on Kevin McCarthy, he just won't come to vote. And you know what else he'll do? He'll vote for the other side. He'll vote against it. This is why this turd is hated in D.C. That was the holdout. Because he has so made a thank God, Kevin McCarthy has so made a reputation for himself and made people so personally offended and personally victimized by him. Because if he hadn't, this would still be business as usual. Freedom Caucus and all these people, they would still go right along with it. Kevin McCarthy would just say, I'll give you a couple positions. Give you some position here on this, on that, and give you some positions on this over here. Give you a mill when it comes time for you to get reelected, whatever. And they would get the vote and the swamp would move forward. But it can't move forward when people have been burned again and again and again and again by this guy. All it is in D.C., nothing but sick sex psychos. This is all the rumors in D.C. That's what I can tell you what the rumors are. I can't tell you, in fact, I don't have a camera tapping in like maybe some Microsoft guy might or whatever. I can't see exactly what they're doing. I can tell you what the rumors are. And you see the rumors seem like maybe they're real because you have people coming out who are not just like, you know what, I'm not emotionally involved in this at all. And I just think the proper thing, although they might try to feign that, right? You can see passion. They're pissed. They hate him because he made them hate him. So I am glad that, 1859? Was that the last time it took this many votes? I am glad that the stamp of scumbag loser, midget stick jerk is on the face of this POS, Kevin McCarthy. And I hope that rides with him for 200, 300 more years. That never again it takes this many votes to make somebody Speaker of the House, because this scumbag deserves it. Kevin McCarthy will be Speaker of the House after eking out a majority on the 15th ballot, ending a grueling 4-day GOP infighting that left the country without a functioning chamber of the legislative branch. Okay, what have Sean Hannity's been doing? Listen to me, conservative and patriotic people. Listen to me. Maybe if it's hard, do this, grab the little thing, turn that baby up real loud. Turn that baby up. I still don't have the tech to be able to turn your volume up so that I can blow your windows out, but we're working on it. Turn it up. Listen to this. Heed what I have to say. Sean Hannity's and the rest of these misleaders are talking about how this isn't any good. The government can't function. Good. Because when has it in the past of our lives, parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents' lives, has the functioning of this government in the United States or anywhere else across the West benefited us? Not once. Every time it's functioning, Hannity, it's damaging Western civilization. So don't tell me about how, it can't function. There's one whole branch, 1/3 of the government. Good. Let's keep it that way for another 5-6 months. Let's keep it that way until we get more people elected that will shut down and make process impossible for swamp turds like Kevin McCarthy. The vote. Which concluded early Saturday morning, marks the completion of a comeback of the California Republican. This is not like the old MC Hammer. Don't call it a comeback, because it was definitely a groping for straws. Please, God, vote for me by Kevin McCarthy, the loser. I hope I'm making my sentiment clear enough, and I hope I'm engendering a lot of real hatred for Kevin McCarthy, a lot of real animus, who's risen throughout his party's House leadership for more than a decade by backstabbing, throat cutting, undercutting, backdoor deals, getting on his knees, bending over the desk. Yet his victory also illuminated the frailty of his leadership mandate, as McCarthy was forced throughout 4 days of voting to make significant concessions. That's how government is supposed to work. I remember giving speeches many years ago, traveling and giving speeches, telling people that, hey, something is wrong when not only is your government in the West in lockstep, but all the other ones are in that same lockstep. How does that happen? How is it when you can't get two people on an HOA, on a homeowners association, on a teacher-parent association to agree? You can't get two people to agree. But governments around planet Earth on different continents are all in agreement. Time to fire them all. And then you have this like defense. And the people in the Freedom Caucus and all, they're just such, God, hire me. It's so pathetic to concede to the rhinos and the Sean Hannitys that democracy is messy. It's a messy thing. We've got to just, it's a messy, but we have to put up with the messiness. All that. It's supposed to be arguing, damn it. It's supposed to be reason and logic and evidence, damn it. It's supposed to be people shouting at each other, damn it. What do you mean? It's supposed to be a little messy. We messed up our room, mommy, but we'll clean it up soon. They were speaking to the sewing circle, and people need to tell those old bitches that, look, it's time for you not to be in charge anymore, old bitches. And you know what? They're going to thank you. When you know what's going to happen one of these days? It's going to be a sewing circle of old ladies, young ladies too, maybe, and they're all going to be sitting around sewing around, and they're going to be saying what they're going to tell, what it's got to be, and who's got to be a piece. And then Jason's going to kick the door in, and I'm going to say, sorry, bitches, you're not in charge anymore. And you know what they're going to say? We were sick of doing that. We were sick of being in charge. It is stressful. That's what they're going to say, because a real man of the West is going to show up, and they're going to be able to recognize it. Recognize, bitch! This victory also illuminated the frailty of his leadership mandate, as McCarthy was forced throughout 4 days of voting to make significant concessions to his, and in the 1859? Did it go? I think it was only 3 days, right? Or was it longer? 4 days might be a record. I hope it is. Please let him live with that. Making significant concessions to his right flank that will make him constantly vulnerable to challenge, as it should be. If not, and as it's been functioning thanks to the Sean Hannity's $30,000 a show. $30,000. Does he give you $30,000 of value a show? He hasn't given you $30,000 of value in his life. I'm sure he has to pay his wife. The way it's been functioning, thanks to Hannity, is that you have a tyrant who's in charge of the house. That's not how it's supposed to function. Quote, look, the president has called this process an embarrassment. Talking heads have labeled this chaos a mess. And some would call it shambolic, even shambolical. But it's called democracy, Representative Patrick McHenry said as he nominated McCarthy on the House floor. What a loser. What an absolute loser. Giving an excuse for the way it should be. Quote, we know it's messy. We know it's, I'm sorry, sewing circle mommies. I'm sorry, we made a mess, but we'll clean it up. It'll be fine. You'll be comfy. We know it's messy, but open and transparent debate is what sets us apart from authoritarian regimes. You know who's in charge by who the arguments are made to. Right? If the people are making an argument to a stern, authoritarian, patriotic figure, you could say figurehead in the body of patriotic men of the West, you would hear the kind of arguments that are made. I'm sorry, sir. I have no excuse for trying and failing. I will not fail the next time. Please allow me to try again. I have undermined your confidence in me. That's what the argument would sound like. Instead, who is this argument made to? Who is this guy talking to? Patrick. Who is Patrick talking to? We know it's messy. We know it's messy. He says it twice. We know it's messy, but open and transparent, please. Debate sets us apart, please. Give us a little bit more time, mommy. We'll clean our rooms. Matriarchy is in charge by way of the anti-white narrative. McCarthy ultimately prevailed with 216 votes after 6 conservatives switched their vote to present, reversing their previous opposition to his nomination. That followed 14 other holdout Republicans flipping their votes to McCarthy during the 12th ballot, and another rep, Andy Harris of Maryland, switching to McCarthy on the 13th one. You're probably wondering about, were there really nearly fisticuffs? I wish. Every news source out there they're just liars. They get this video of, these people who are in office, these were the lying goobers that you went to school with or that you've worked with. Think of, go back in your mind to school or to a place you worked with. And in school, you'll remember that there were these like goobers, not nerds, not like smart, not people who study, but like goobers. Like, they weren't smart. They weren't athletic. They were just goofy, and they also couldn't get along with anybody. Goobers. And They couldn't dance, and they couldn't. There was so many things wrong with them, right? They couldn't do anything right. That's your typical politician today. That's what the sewing circles vote for. And so you have this Republican. Who was this Republican? All these news sources lying about this, and we're going to move on here in just a minute. And I do want to say a big congratulations to Casey, who has announced that she's having a baby in a few months. Congratulations to you, Casey, who is having a baby. Do I know you? A big congratulations to you. I don't know if we still have this, but I thank Kate for getting that information to me. I don't know if it's still on the screen, and maybe there's more information if you tagged me, but I'll look again in a moment. But a big congratulations, having a baby in a few months. Awesome. All right. So this Representative Richard Hudson of North Carolina. So he's another goober. All that happened was Representative Mike Rogers, goober number 1, representative of Alaska, decided he was going to pause. I think I got the two actors correct here in this incident. Decided he was going to stop at Matt Gaetz row, and he was going to say something. And this only became a spectacle because the goober number 2, Hudson, for some strange reason, reached around and put his hand on Rogers' face. What in the hell? What in the hell? And so they got a photo of this, or there was a video camera that caught it, and they got a still frame of it. And then every news source out there wanted to say, oh, they almost came to blows. No, there should be fighting. Or at least the actual near fights when people are arguing passionately for their constituency. There should be. So that was nothing. That was a total fiction, except the only news that you could find out of that story is that 2 goobers did a man hug that looked strangely reminiscent of something you would maybe find on a homosexual porn site. Speaking after his victory, McCarthy nodded to his lengthy battle for the gavel, and we're gonna read in just a moment and keep rolling here. We're gonna read in just a moment, but what he had to concede to. You're not gonna believe this. In other words, what he had to concede to. In other words, business as usual. Business as usual, McCarthy, is what Sean Hannity and his ilk tell you to vote for, tell you to give your dollars for. Remember earlier I said you are funding? Why is it that it seems like all of these anti-white groups that are destroying freedom and freedom of speech and right to self-defense, etc., why does it seem like they never sleep? Because you're paying for them? Wait till you see what business as usual is, because you see it in what they had to concede. In a remark at House Minority Leader Jeffries, Hakeem, I got to warn you, 2 years ago, I got 100% of the vote from my conference. He added to Jeffries, our debates will be passionate. They will never be personal. Well, you are personally offend people all the time, so you should be ready to personally offend the anti-white Democrats. So I got a problem with that right off the bat. And then, of course, the author here, totally anti-white, Jeffries ran rhythmically through the alphabet. So when a Democrat anti-white is speaking, it's rhythmic. He's got rhythm. Well, the white people, they just don't got it. You know, he's got rhythm. Jeffries ran rhythmically through the alphabet as he prepared to hand over the gavel to McCarthy to a mix of boos and cheers from both sides of the chamber. And then look at how vapid this is. Oh my God. Quote, it's always, and I mean vapid, hollow, vacuous. I'm sure as he was saying this, if you looked into his eyes, you could see how vacuous they were. I know it's a trite statement, but still, you could see how empty they were of substance. And then you always have the anti-whites will come along. We're always with the intelligence on this side of the microscope that they are looking at these things with. It happens all the time. White people do this all the time, paternalistically. Everywhere you look, here you have the intelligence on this side, not on that side. Freedom over fascism, governing over gaslighting, hopelessness, hopefulness over hatred, inclusion over isolation. Justice, so it would be enough right there. It would be enough. Somebody should be throwing their shoes at him at this point. But no, he has something profound to say, ladies and gentlemen, rhythmically profound. Justice over judicial overreach. And by the way, it's only judicial overreach if it stops anti-whiteism in some way. Knowledge over kangaroo courts. That's all we have. We have shit tons of people in jail for Patriots Day. Talk about kangaroo courts. Liberty over libertation. Oh, this is a good one. Maturity over Mar-a-Lago. You know where this comes from? He said this on the floor, it says. You know where this comes from? Does anybody remember the congressman from, what was it, Tennessee? General, I want to ask, how many people are on this island? Well, Congressman, I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but it's a great many. And how big is the island? Well, I don't have that information either, Congressman, but I can get it for you. It's about 24 miles long, about 14 miles wide. If you say so, Congressman. What I'm worried about is we have too many people there, it might capsize. We don't see that happening, Congressman. The package released late Sunday includes giving 5 Republicans the power to call. Now, it says here 5 Republicans, but I also have here, it says a Republican, to call for a vote on deposing the sitting speaker. Now, why was that important? Because Kevin McCarthy is a lying bastard, period. He is he has a reputation. I'll say this. I mean, he hasn't lied to me personally. He has a reputation for being a lying bastard. So, and having lied and screwed these people over. So these people are like, okay, if you're going, this is like the ultimate concession he had to make. If you concede to anything, we need the power to be able to pull you out because you're just going to lie to us again. You're going to say, well, in this case, there's an exception. And in that case, there's an exception. And that exception is Kevin's an asshole. Restoring the ability to zero out a government official's salary. I like that. Just take somebody where, like you, I don't know if this would work. Is this for elected people or anybody? Because you could have somebody like the head of the FBI and you could say, okay, no more pay for you. If you could do that for all of us in the military, which they do, then they should, the regular folks, the people who go out there and potentially die and get maimed, if they can zero out your pay and not pay you to punish you, then they should be able to take these filthy rich POSs and cut the stream of money off to them, right? Giving lawmakers 72 hours to read a bill before it comes to the floor. So, all of you out there who Kevin McCarthy supporters, he wanted business as usual, which meant, in this case, that he did not want your elected representative to be able to look at these colossal bills that ordinary people who can't read many, many thousands of words an evening, they can't get through. And they can't, even if you could have a team of people read through an enormous bill that's many different topics being addressed. You don't have the time to cogitate about how this could end up in a negative way over here, like that or like this. I mean, you need weeks to think about all of the outcomes. You're making a decision for the most powerful country on the planet, for citizens with whom you have a social contract that you have to honor. You need weeks to not only read the bill, which should be single issue, and it is now, and should be moving forward. We'll watch. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But you also have to think of the ramifications. You see these bills, and what was it, 48 hours before moving it up to a whole 72? You hear these people will still come forward and they'll say, look, this is in the bill, and if this goes into the bill, then this could happen. In fact, this damn will happen, and lots of people will be harmed. America will be harmed. My God, how many millions upon millions of outcomes were not ever imagined because people didn't get the opportunity to say, what will happen if this, then that, then this? And we're about to sign that into law. Are you serious? Are you at work allowed to just put stuff out that it could go anywhere? You could have any kind of job and we could make it work for you. Let's say you lay tile. Are you allowed to go to the customer's house for your employer, to go to their house and to just be like, eyeball it. I think it's going to be this much tile. I'm not going to make any measurements. I'm not going to see if there's a grade on the floor, if I have to buy material to make up for a grade. I'm not going to look, is there a specific material not even allowed? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because I'm not worried about the outcomes. Would your employer be good with that? Your employer would be like, why did you put this tile that's not legal for that community, that you didn't measure, and there's a grade and the tile doesn't lay right, and the kid keeps tripping and busting his teeth out on the cabinets, and there isn't even enough tile? There are big segments that are missing that are just plywood. No, you would be fired. How much worse is it when the government, I mean, are people really not talking about this? How much worse is it when the government is saying, okay, we're just going to go ahead and pass this 50,000, numerous issue bill, and we're not going to give ourselves time to think about all the potential negative outcomes. We're just going to go with it because Kevin McCarthy is breathing over our shoulder, and we don't even go that way. We don't want him breathing over us. Understand this. This is how Kevin McCarthy operates. He wants to give you a bill that is too big for your elected representative and his or her staff to be able to go through and think about. Imagine how all these different points might go wrong when the rubber meets the road. He doesn't want your representative to be able to do that. And people who support him, like Sean the Midget Stick Hannity, he doesn't want your representative and their staffs to be able to do that. Don't even read it. You got to sign it. Or if you've got enough people, or you got a Kate and you can read through it quickly enough, we're not going to give you time to think about how all the myriad ways, and I do mean myriad ways, that it can go wrong. I mean, these things are absolute plexiforms. That is the way Kevin McCarthy operated. Here's the bill, sign it. Who's he working for? Does that sound like a leader in the Republican Party who is ostensibly carrying forward the ideals of a conservative electorate, who goes to fellow Republicans and says, you don't get time to read it or to think about how it might harm conservatives? You just got to sign it. That's how he operated. That's how he wanted to continue operating. Do you get it? That's how he wanted to continue operating, shoving it down people's throats. They have no idea what's going on. Who is he working for? It's not for the voters. It's not for Republican voters. He had to be forced to give a handful of more hours. That's all he would concede to. And you all know damn well and good that you're not going to be able to go over these bills and think about all of the negative outcomes, potential negative outcomes and rewrites. I mean, for God's sake, you look across the white sympathetic sphere for my 3 decades in it, and you can't get a handful of people together to talk about a program for a new party or a new group or whatever it's going to be, and have them agree on the outcomes for all the different points. And they'll continue to hem and haw over every little jot and tittle, because each one can think, well, down the line, this might be, and down the line, that might be interpreted by, and supposedly there are wizards in the United States government, and they can just pull out like a wand, bing, we know, or it's going to go good. It's going to be fine. Just vote for it. Creating a new section, a new select committee to investigate the weaponization of the Justice Department and the FBI. Can you believe that Kevin McCarthy, you can even forget about Trump. Forget about it. Just observe, since 2007 or however long he's been there, how many times since then that conservatives have been shafted by bureaucracy and elected Democrats and elected Republicans, who all this information trickles out about, oh my God, look at all the corruption. Oh my God, all the laws being broken. And there was nothing you could do about it. The big story, the big expose we started the segment with. How many times has that happened you can't count. It's happened so many times. Some of you are saying, oh, I remember this, and I remember that, and I remember that. You're sitting there thinking about these things. They're more than you can recount. And Kevin McCarthy didn't want anybody investigating anything. He doesn't want anybody following up on, say, a bureaucracy in the U.S. government who decided, maybe the IRS shafting a bunch of conservative groups over taxes. He doesn't want a panel put together to investigate that. Why not, Kevin? Kevin's not left home alone. He's left home without a brain, or at least without any integrity. Kevin became a latchkey kid and is a violent offender now against everything wholesome and good in America. No investigations? No investigation into the Justice Department and the FBI and all that the FBI has done and all that the Justice Department has done to conservatives, to patriots, to nationalists. No investigation. Kevin doesn't want it, but his hand had to get forced. Rules package does not change the process for discharge petitions, which allows lawmakers to circumvent leadership and force a bill to the floor if it has support of 218 lawmakers. Other notable items that might be of interest: the rules package prohibits remote hearings and markups, does away with staffer unionization efforts, and allows the House Ethics Committee to take ethic complaints from the public. I have this other, and then Representative Jim McGovern, Democratic chairman, House Rules Committee, called the House GOP's rules package, quote, a major step backward for the institution. Can you imagine being a typical Republican voter and siding with the Democrats on how things should be run? Those pesky Freedom Caucus rebel Republicans whose hands we have to push to say anti-white and anti-whiteism. But those pesky, can you believe it? We are the Republican voting sewing circle, and we side with all Democrats. Swamp march forward. Here it is in a nutshell. They made Kevin McCarthy. I'm going to read this and I'm done with this. I think we'll take a short break. We'll come back. We'll do the Green Beret story. I'm going to read this. I'll be done with it. This is what Kevin McCarthy had to concede on. So everything I read here, he wanted the opposite. Listen up. He had to concede on a southern border security plan. Republican. Didn't want the southern border security plan. Budget that stops an increase in the debt ceiling and holds Senate accountable. Didn't want it. End to all COVID mandates funding. He didn't want an end to that. Select committee to investigate weaponization of government orgs. Example, the FBI, against the American people. He did not want that. Kevin did not want that. Term limits for the elected folks. Kevin did not want that. Likes being an anti-white lifer in Congress for the fame, for the power, for the sex that he gets from staffers and the like. I hear the rumors. 72 hours to read a bill. Didn't want that. You know what else he didn't want? Single subject bills. He likes these colossal, numerous subject bills where they can hide what in? They call it pork. It's called anti-whiteism. You can look at, like, for example, the infrastructure bill, and they have all of these millions and millions and millions of dollars for all these different anti-white policies. Everywhere, hidden in these colossal, numerous subject bills. Kevin McCarthy didn't want that. He fought 15 votes on his speakership to not have these things. Humiliating himself to not have these things. Are you still a Sean Hannity observer, watcher? Finally, Jeffersonian motion to vacate the chair, which allows one member to make the motion to remove the speaker if he goes back on his word or policy agenda. Kevin McCarthy did not want any of that. And now you know everything you have to know about that human waste, including those who support him.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
All right, we are back. That was the great Imminent Rain, and you can go to his channel, which is Imminent Rain on YouTube. You can listen to the rest of that fantastic piece. That is the it doesn't have the lyrics in that one. Merchant of Shame, which of course is Kevin McCarthy. So apropos there, but maybe next time we play it, we'll play with the lyrics, because the instrumental lacks totally Imminent Rain's magnificent voice. Absolutely powerful, beautiful voice. So we're back, and we're going to take a look at what you all are saying. We're going to head on over to entropy first, and then we're going to we'll take a look at the financial gifts. Then we're going to get into the comments that people left me, where they tagged me. And I will read the Green Beret story, because it's very interesting what's going on there. First, we have, get out your August emojis, your 07, celebrate. Tall Kevin is here. Great to see you, brother. Naderific is here. Heidi is here. Hello, dear lady. 76, Red Pills is here. Wonderful to see you, champ. Sam is as well. Rory Herbert has entered the building. Ivan, the horrible, is here as well. But TJ, we know and love. 25 white well-being dollars marching off to Mordor on the Potomac to say, enough is enough. No more anti-whiteism. 25, TJ. God bless you, brother. We really appreciate you. He writes here, white positive well-being all over the world. Keep up the positive spirit. That's what we have here. That's what we have. We have a positive spirit. And why do we have a positive spirit? We have a positive spirit because we're in our own story, where we decide who and what we are, where we are the moral actors, where we have demonstrated the anti-whites, if they want to manipulate us, and they want to manipulate us, have to come to us. That was their greatest weakness. That was one of the most intelligent things in my life. One of them that I figured out, that I was like, wait a second. Everybody around me, all these, I've asked all the old timers, the young timers, the newbies, the people with spectacles, academic peacocks, and they would splay out the academics. They would say very pretentious. They would pretentiously prattle, pedantically prattle. And I would say, well, what's the weakness? There must be some sort of weakness that these anti-whites have. You might call them Marxists. You might call them wokes. You might call them whatever. They keep changing their names because they're the devil. But we know them in our story as anti-whites, and our story is the only one that matters to us. What's their weakness? And over the years, it was always, well, and then they would give something that was absolutely tenuous at best, and then would prove with a little bit of investigation, well, that's actually not a weakness, and that's actually not, in fact, that makes them stronger. And you would go on. And then I realized one day, my God, their weakness is they have to talk to us. And I gave speeches, and I tried to tell people this. They have to talk to us. Do you see what this means? And it was cricket sounds. It was crickets. And then there would be one, maybe two of the smart ones, also kind of shunned because they're smart. And they would suddenly go, oh, that's true. But all the dummies, and it's always the dummies of the middle that manipulate things and end up controlling it, but we're not going to let it happen anymore. They have to come to us to talk. And so since they have to come to us to talk, that means we get to decide what they have to hear and how they have to speak and communicate with us. Oh, by God, they'll look back. Hopefully I'm not ashes by that time. Hopefully, it would be nice if I wasn't dead yet. But hopefully I'm not ashes in the tombstone ashes by that point. That they'll finally say, holy God, do you realize what this guy figured out in the midst of all of this? Do you realize he figured out this? And then relentless war waged upon him by people who just couldn't figure it out on their own. But that's okay. We're positive because we're having these successes. We've saved people from suicide, literally helping them to see the value in themselves so that they can climb out. That means they're saved. They can climb out of the hole themselves because we've thrown them the ladder. People have churches where that doesn't even happen. And that's the only other place it's going to be happening in any sort of real and substantive way. We've had babies born, families made, not because two people just met at a right-wing event, but because they're going free, because they're rearing a family, that they're inoculating the children with concepts that are terribly simple to learn and use and free you from the manacles that the anti-whites have placed on your wrists. So that makes it easy to be positive. And in 23, we're going free, and it makes it even more a blessing. Yiz, the unifier, is with us. And you know, if you have Yiz on your side, that there is next to nothing that you can't do. $5 financial gift from this true champion. She says, weekly folk tithe to celebrate the successes we are all having. Applying the Go Free method to my life and all I do has made me not just feel like I make a difference, but produce tangible, positive results for me and others. Keep pushing, Kip. Keep it Promethean, and a big white heart emoji. God bless you. We love you, champ. We love that she's out there. You see, in our world, swashbuckling as we do, we go out into the world and we give people this life raft. We redeem them from this hell that they find themselves in. The swashbucklers are men, they're women, they're young people, they're old people. They like different types of music, different types of cuisine, gourmands even, enophiles, martial arts experts. I don't know why I mixed wine, food, and fighting, but it works that way, at least at this moment. We are all of these things. That is why we are succeeding. God bless you, sister. Really fantastic. Could you imagine? What's the alternative? Have you been? I remember way back during the Tea Party rallies, and I would show up, and it was little different. So these people are implicitly white sympathetic. It was little different from the explicitly white sympathetic. I would go to the Tea Party meeting and rally, and they would do what? They were chock full of all the doom documenting. Let me tell you what the Marxists are doing. Let me tell you what the commies are doing. It was more often than not, it was the commies. Let me tell you what and these people that they're talking about might even be communists. But that's not what matters to them and to us. What matters to them and to us is that they're anti-white. I mean, unless you're saying, and I, of course, would say this, because all that matters to us being in our skin, in our life, in our lives as men and women of the West, is how we are harmed. So I don't care if there is like an objective form of communism somewhere that has nothing to do with race. I don't care. And you better not care either. You better finally get it through your white head. Stop being such a radical individualist, thinking that things are only legitimate when they harm you. When you talk about, you can only hold a position and make it legitimate if it somehow can harm you. Wrong. You need to be subjective in favor of our people, because that's in favor of you, cuckoo, and all your kids and nieces and nephews and grandkids, because of what our victimizers are targeting. So communism is anti-white, period. Don't come to me and say, well, is communism in China and is communism in a village in the Pongyang Valley? Is that yes. I don't care. I don't care. It is anti-white, because everywhere it intersects with me in my life, it hurts white people. That means it's anti-white. Got it? So I would go to the Tea Party and they would say, it's the commies. It's the Reds. It's the Reds. Those are the real leftovers from like previous generations. It's the Reds. And I would say, well, you know, they're anti-white. Well, I don't see color. Well, your handicap doesn't stop them from victimizing us on the basis of our race. Well, I don't know what to say to you. I know. So you should just adopt Go Free and stop this nonsense. They're actually not red either. And then I would go over to the explicitly white sympathetic, and they're like, let me tell you about those people who don't like to walk on the sidewalk. Those specific ones are anti-white. Yeah, but let me tell you, we're supposed to call ourselves by the names they call us. No. It was always the doom documenting, the doom dissecting. Let me tell you where it came from and how it came together. Okay. Bore me again. Bore me to tears again. I swear, I don't know how some content leaders, thought leaders who have to put up with the endless, I guess they actually live it. Put up with the endless. Bore me to tears again. Let me hear another speech. And whether it's a speech in front of a group or a speech in private, let me hear another speech. Tell me more of the doom. Okay. Tell me, document some more of the doom. Dissect some more of the doom. Okay, great. Now I've heard it for the 10 millionth time. Oh, you got some doom divination for me too? Oh, good. Tell me where it's going to go. And then what will fix it? Oh, we just start a country of our own? What a genius you are. What a genius. You know what we need to do? We just need to print our own money. Okay, well, just go ahead and set up the printer in your basement and see how long it is until they burn your house down. Well, what are you, some kind of coward? What are you, some kind of coward? This is going to take manliness. No, that's called dumbassery. Dumbassery and manliness are two totally different things. Stop confusing them. Dumbassery is what you're doing. Well, we're going to have to get out there and, it's going to come down to bullets and look at all the ammo I have. No, dumbassery. Jason's trying to deaccelerate this. He's trying to take them down a notch. He doesn't want people just going out there and fighting the government till certain death and having them and their babies and their wives shot dead. The hell's wrong with that guy? Dumbassery. It's not being brave. It's not being bold. It's not taking action. It's not being courageous. It's just dumbassery. And you are afflicted. But Yiz is not. Yiz has changed the lives of many. And over the course of her life, it may well, and I would put money on it, and I'm broke. It may well mean that millions of lives are changed because Yiz has lived. Do you know who's going to be remembered by her family? Yiz. Do you know who's going to be remembered by our people? Yiz. Do you know who's not going to be remembered? The guy hoarding ammo. The guy saying we got to print the money. The guy saying we got to start our own country. No one will remember. And in fact, his family hates him. What was that? Kate, what was I talking about? The guy. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not even going to bring that up. That's a whole nother, a guy actually bragging to me, a very specific type of religion. I'm not going to go into it. Bragged to me when I met him that he was so right that his whole family hates him. That's how right he is. That's how committed he is. My whole family. How old are you? I'm 68. Whole family hates me. That's how dedicated I am. Ah! Vulture Man. Get out your raucous emojis. Hit the $20 mark. $20. Get your raucous emojis. Get you celebrated. Brother, sister in arms, metaphorical. In these arms, baby, do you smell the gunpowder? Do you smell the gunpowder? Vulture Man, financially gifting 20 white well-being dollars and has flying there a swashbuckling flag. By the way, for any of those out there who don't quite understand, this is not the actual Jolly Roger. This flag is on makeup. It's on children's toys. It's just for fun. It's not for raping and rapping and murder, and it's not that anymore. It's just on makeup. It's for fun, okay? So $20. God bless you. Thank you, Vulture Man. Then we have Vincent B. financially gifting $3. God bless you and thank you, Vincent. Great to see you over here on Entropy. And he says here, Jason joined Acceleration Gang. Read Go Free. Free your local mailman. Jason joined Acceleration Gang. So read Go Free. 100%. Read Go Free. Help everybody around you. with the lexicon. You don't have to. The beauty also about the lexicon is that you can use the lexicon with people and they will take the concepts and use them in their lives because it empowers them, right? Use the lexicon. Then you could also introduce them. Then, or I should say, you can go out into the world and spread, go free, the method, the book, the website. I love it all. Do it all. Be a champ. Be a hero. Thank you, Vincent B. Be like Vincent B. Tall Kevin here as well, financially gifting $7. A big blessing for you, Tall Kevin. He says, a tip, when dealing with certain ant gnats and they want to bring up a certain historical event excessively, I tell them, yeah, I don't believe 6 million died either. They are all living in your in your head rent free. Focus on our people and our issues facing us. Works. Amen to that, Tall Kevin. Yeah, there are a lot of folks out there that believe very foolishly, very childishly in historical revisionism, and the greats that have done historical revisionism have lived and are dead or are totally impoverished by it, and they have brought no millions of people over to us. All they've done is they've educated people who already wanted that type of education, who were already in agreement in those views or parallel. And then made them into the kind of people that their family hates, made them into the kind of people that strangers won't have anything to do with, that their friends abandoned them. That's all it's done for them. So these are just foolish folks. Thank you, Tall Kevin. Yeah, and this whole thing about trying to historically revise the Holocaust, oh boy. Yeah, real stupidity out there. There's some real stupidity. But I mean, compared to what we've created, it's stupid. But it is the kind of things. I mean, if you're confronted with, like, a midwit or maybe uber midwit might look at a challenge like we have here and say, well, it is what happened in that they're using in the past that is, like, imagine this. I'm just trying to get through this really quickly so you all can get what I'm saying here. Imagine if you go to a school, a private school, and there are 4 different houses in the private school, like Harry Potter. And these private schools actually exist. They have different houses. But you imagine you go to the school, there are 4 different houses, and you get there and your house has to pay penance, has to make amends for, has to feel guilt for something that members of your house did numerous classes ago, before you were in the school, maybe even before you were alive. And so arriving in that school, a midwit approach to solving that problem, or even an uber midwit, maybe like 120 IQ or something like that, would be, let's address the historical narrative about what actually took place. We're going to go back and revise the history. We're going to tell people that, well, what actually happened there didn't actually happen that way. Maybe it was a little different, maybe a lot different, or maybe completely inverted. So it's just different from what it was in the past. And then that will free me in the present. And let's also talk about things like, this is another midwit and uber midwit position. Let's talk about things like, isn't it hypocrisy to hold the descendants of the people who, or not even that, the direct descendants, not even related. They're only related in this case because they're in the same house at this school. And so if you don't blame all of the kids who are in house A for the cheating or theft of some of the kids in house A, then why would you blame all of the kids in house B for something some of the kids in house B did 50 years ago or 100 years ago? So that's hypocrisy, isn't it? The reason why I say it's midwit or uber midwit is because this is not addressing, these conclusions are not actually addressing the contextual reality that what we receive today is not a intellectual, legitimately, objectively analyzed assessment of history that is ruminated upon and amended and etc. by angels who have descended to earth to give us the true accounting of what has happened on planet Earth for mankind. That's not what's happening. What we have today, please listen to this, historical revisionists, please. And then just as you would take your hands off of the surgery that the heart surgeon's going to be doing on your mother or whatever it is, liver surgery that they have to do because you don't know how to do it, do that with me and the Go Free method. Stop trying to fix this when you are not equipped to fix it. I won't come into your specialty and tell you how to do things. What we receive today as history is whatever the power holders want it to be that maintains and grows their power. These power holders are anti-white oligarchs and anti-whites at all levels. In almost all nodes of power, we now know from all of the cities burning over an entire summer plus, we could observe and finally see. So that means that history is going to be composed of both reality and fiction. And it will be rewritten at any moment to continue to serve those two things I just said, ensuring the power and growing the power of the anti-white oligarchs. So you are not addressing, in other words, you are, with this historical revisionism, you are trying to correct an issue that they aren't even employing. They couldn't give about what actually happened. And they are the ones who get to talk to the millions. They are the ones whose history is alive in the minds of the users, in the minds of the people, where it matters. It doesn't matter. It does not matter what's in the history books. It matters what's in the minds of people. What does this say here? Green Beret story. It's getting late. We'll do that right now. Former Green Beret. And this is I think this is a white guy, Raiklan, and the kind of person that you don't want to leave your special forces because of anti-whiteism. Now, you've got to read between the lines, and I'm going to help you do that right now, about what's going on in the United States military. Many military personnel will whisper these sorts of things to family members and friends, and very rarely will they say out loud. This person is decided to leave the military specifically because of the vaccine that he was going to be forced to take. And he is now talking about other things. But of course, when he talks about anti-whiteism, he is still in the anti-white narrative. I'm sure this Green Beret could very easily, very quickly pick up the Go Free method. He might even have the courage. Remember, the courage to speak the truth at the dinner table where the battle for Western civilization was lost. It takes more courage there than it does in a jungle or in a desert where they might drop Green Berets. Know that for a fact. Former Green Beret Ivan Raiklan argued on a recent episode of Tucker Carlson that the military has moved away from its focus, which he says is to win wars and defend the United States Constitution. Now, you'll ask former military personnel, how long has it been that way? Everyone is alive today. It's been that way. It's not a concern with the overriding, dominating concern has been with being anti-white, implementing anti-whiteism. I can personally tell you, watch classes in the military that have in the past, many decades ago, been dedicated to teaching new airmen infantrymen, sailors, etc., teaching them how you perform watch at those bases, have been subverted and turned into anti-whiteism. Anti-white education, white people are evil. Here's why they're evil. They have to make amends. Feel guilty, feel white guilt, be white guilted. Check it out for yourself. But many in the military will tell you this. Raiklen coming forward is a really positive development. We need more people from special forces. I mean, for God's sakes, if they can be mentally unhinged and believe that they are a different sex than they actually are, they should be able to stand up for Western kind and America, etc. Raiklen, a former lieutenant colonel, retired from the military after serving for 25 years because the Pentagon began promoting vaccine mandates and equity training. Equity training. Remember what they mean. Now, it's the same thing. Don't make the conservative error of equality was a good idea, because then you're just adopting what the anti-whites were pushing 10 years ago. When they said equality, they meant anti-whiteism. When they say equity, they mean anti-whiteism. Got it? He stressed to host Tucker Carlson that in order to defend the nation's Constitution, one must know what the Constitution says. Now, this is another thing. It's a pet peeve of mine where folks, they want to like read every line of the Constitution they carry around. In fact, I did for years, carried around a little pocket Constitution, because that's what all good patriots did. You carried around a pocket Constitution. You could open it up and you could say, I got the rule book right here. Now you're going to have to, let me just turn. Wait, where did you go? You know, it's just like ridiculous. You're not going to win anybody this way, right? But still, he's got to start somewhere. And he probably, when he went into the military, he didn't know squat. And now he was trained into up to a ruthless killer, able to survive in the woods. I'd probably fight hand-to-hand combat against grizzly bears, whatever it is. Quote, so if I ask the question of Defense Secretary Austin, chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff Milley, if I ask you, General, what are you going to do when the 25th Amendment is violated? Oh, and let me just tell you, if you all have not read my book, this one here, find out. You can get this book at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com, nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com. You can get it at Amazon right now for a cheaper price. If you get it from directly from me, it comes with a signature, but you can get it without that. It's fine with me, and it's cheaper. If you get it right now, you'll find out what happened to me when I answered the question that if I were ordered to disarm the American public, what I said in response. What do you think my response might be? You can find out in this book, and then you can find out how they responded. He said, what are you going to do if the 25th Amendment is violated? Oh, you don't know what the 25th Amendment is? How about what are you going to do when the 12th Amendment's violated? Oh, you don't know that one either? Let me go to the base document. What about Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, or Article 1, Section 4? Most of these people are going to look at you like deer in headlights, have no clue what you're talking about, he remarked, which should be a cue. It should be a bit of a clue to you, Raiklen, bit of a clue. If your advocacy makes people look at you like, what the? That's not the right direction to go. Raiklen argued that the media and all three branches of federal government, including the state level, have pushed. And let me tell you, Raiklen's a man. He can handle a man talking to him like a man. Don't go, oh, you're being mean to that man. No, ladies of both sexes, shut up. We can talk to each other like men. And if it hurts you, then leave the room. Raiklen argued that the media let me promise you something. If I'm out in the field and he's going to teach me about how to stitch up myself because I've been cut open, and I'm like, oh my God, you just cut me open with a knife, a small wound, and I got to stitch myself. He's going to be like, shut up, pansy, stitch it up. Raiklen argued the media and all three branches of federal government, including the state level, have pushed a certain narrative into our institutions, quote, to make people think that this is actually, that the extremism thing is a thing, and it only applies to one side of the political ideology. close quote. Now, those who are going free, did you notice something there? I'll read it again. Did you notice something? I want you all to notice something. This is very important because I think Raiklin is the kind of man who could take this up. I think Raiklin is the kind of guy who could read Go Free, ace it, and then go knock it out of the park in every conversation. And that would be great, especially if he's talking to military families and he's got this history, the success in the Green Berets. Listen to how he talks. Quote, to make people think that this is actually, that the extremism thing is a thing, and it only applies to one side of the political ideology. Raiklin doesn't have the words for his own defense. And he doesn't have the words for his own defense because he is inside, not his fault, because he's inside the anti-white narrative. He can take his skills and attention to detail that he obviously has and apply that to the Go Free method, and I guarantee you he would come away from it with testimonials of how powerful it is and how successful it is. He's been denied these words intentionally, the words for his own defense. The former Green Beret reveals that because of pressure and the idea that those in his network will be fired from their positions or lose their job benefits, economic warfare, over speaking out against the woke political agenda, it forces them to remain silent, even if that means having to go against their own values and beliefs. Now, why is it that they remain? Now, I guess I'll say on the bigger picture, what Raiklin is saying here between the lines, what he is revealing, and military personnel can attest to this, is that the military, the U.S. military, British military, Canadian military, etc., are vehemently anti-white. The anti-white oligarchs were not going to allow a president or something to come to power and then to appeal to the military and use the military against them. The most powerful force in the land is the military. The police are not going to be able to combat the military. National Guard not going to be able to combat the military, right? They weren't going to allow that. They weren't going to make that mistake, as so many others have made that mistake. So they have been at it. That means this Green Beret is revealing to you that the military is being trained to hate and wage war, in my opinion, on Western kind. And they don't have the words to be able to articulate it because they are reared inside the anti-white narrative. If Raiklin had said an anti-white political agenda, he would have been putting his finger directly on the wound of our victimization. He would have done infinitely more good. So let's back it up. He says, Raiklin argued that the media and all branches of federal government, including the state level, this is to say that, including the state level, must mean to me, reading this, that he has had in his career interaction, perhaps even employed in some way, I don't mean paid, but by the government to educate, federal government to educate at state level for whatever it might be, the state government. Have pushed, or he's heard it from maybe state troopers, maybe National Guard, etc., to push a certain narrative into our institutions. A certain narrative? Isn't that a bit difficult to work with? Isn't that a bit difficult to identify? If you can't see, and Raiklin would be the first to tell you, if you can't see the enemy shooting at you on the battlefield, you can't hit him. If you can't see the enemy shooting at you, you can't defend yourself against him. And if you can't name him, you can't see him. Does that make sense? A certain narrative being pushed into our institutions. That narrative is the anti-white narrative. Do you see how Raiklin, as a smart guy, is putting it together, and why so many of the people who have come to the Go Free method were independently to various ways and in various areas, figuring out, like we see in Raiklen here, what's going on. Then they find the Go Free method, and it fits perfectly. It jives perfectly with what they were realizing on their own, in their own intelligence. So a narrative, there's a narrative that's being pushed. Raiklen needs to know it's an anti-white narrative. He needs to know that name. He already sees that it's anti-white, but the only name he's been given to call it is wokeism. This narrative is being pushed, quote, to make people think that it is actually, now what he's trying to do is he's talking about the villain in the anti-white narrative. That the extremism, that is the word that I immediately saw and realized, okay, he's talking about now the villain in the anti-white narrative, which is whom? It is the white person and all non-white people who get in the way of the anti-white narrative's ability and anti-white actors' ability, individuals' ability to inflict injury on Westman and on our creations, our norms, our ideas of right and wrong, behavior between superior and subordinate, our form of government and how it operates, our churches and how they operate, all of that, our history, our signage, our statues, all of it. You get in the way of them destroying that, white or non-white, and you are the extremists. And the clearest picture of the extremists, they very rarely will articulate at length, like the non-white person who sides with, because they don't want that to be, who sides with white people who object to the victimization of white people, because they don't want that to become a thing. But here it can become a thing in service to white well-being. Here it is a thing. Non-white people can come here and we don't paternalistically pat them on the back or on the top of the head. They're like, yeah, let's put an end to this before it's done, before Western civilization is destroyed. And it's also totally immoral to victimize people on the basis of their birth. And so we're going to put an end to it. They come here and they're able to participate. But they clearly, the anti-whites, in the anti-white narrative, it's the white guy, if you want to get right down to it. The white guy, that's the extremism. I've seen the videos in the military. It's white guys. And he's saying that it's a thing, that the extremism thing is a thing. So in other words, the thing to Raiklen that doesn't actually exist is this seething undercurrent of neo-Nazis, of white people who are supremacists, and they just want to put down everybody. They want all brown and black and yellow babies and red babies or whatever other babies there might be out there to just be dead, or that he knows as a white person, he doesn't get up in the morning and think, how am I going to hurt non-white? How am I going to help white people? We're so radically individualistic. We never do anything for fellow white people just to prove how radically individualistic we are. He doesn't get up and say that. And he knows that no other white people are doing that. He knows in his time in the military that it's not a thing that there are neo-Nazis out there that want to kill all the people who don't want to walk on the sidewalk and then liquidate everybody who's not a particular hue of white skin in America or in France or wherever. He knows that that doesn't exist. So he's saying they want to make this extremist thing seem like it's a thing, like it's actually there. And I know it's not. And then he says, and it applies to only one side of the political ideology. So in a sort of cumbersome way, he's saying there is no extremist thing afoot on the right wing, because he's inside of the anti-white narrative where there is a left-right political dichotomy, but there is real hatred. There is a desire to white erase, and even to biologically white erase, to genocide white people in the minds and deeds of anti-whites. He has seen that. He just needs the words to say it. And could you imagine if we had gotten to him with those words before he went on Tucker Carlson? But rest assured, he's going to be on more shows. He's going to be interviewed more times. Former Green Beret reveals that because of pressure and the idea of those in his network will be fired from their positions or lose their job benefits over speaking out against what? He says speaking out against the woke political agenda, totally weakening himself, putting himself in their story. What are they fired for? Could you speak out? Let me just ask you. Let's just make it as raw as it could be. Could you speak out against the constellation of thoughts that sort of falls underneath wokeism and be okay, not lose your job? Yes. You could be radically more anti-white than just wokeism, and your job would not be threatened one iota. In fact, you'd be up for raises and promotions. You go beyond woke. You're hyper woke. You want to victimize, you want all white people fired now? Here's your promotion. So it's not wokeism as if that's something, and I could go on for hours and hours about how you're not identifying a victim. We need to be identified to be able to see each other as a people and a people with a well-being so that we can have an individual well-being. Go on and on and on about why it's useless to use their words. I could go on and on. But the point I just made is a very powerful one that you can take with you. And that the real thing that he wanted to say there was that people lose their jobs and their benefits that they've worked for, sometimes for decades. Decades. They're fired and they lose their benefits because they're not anti-white enough. Now, if Raiklen had said that, that would have been meaningful for the population. That would have made change. They're fired. My colleagues, warriors who spend lifetimes learning how to defend this country, are fired for not being anti-white enough. Carlson would say, not anti-white enough? Well, what exactly do you mean? And then Raiklen would be able to describe. He says it forces them to remain silent, even if that means having to go against their own values and beliefs. Of course, because this economic warfare against the individual, which for whatever reason, maybe a lack of a vision, conservatives and Republicans and explicitly white sympathetic people, they don't scream and shout about this economic terrorism, this anti-white economic terrorism. They don't scream and shout about it. I do. It's one of the things when I started streaming and I would talk about all the ramifications of the outcomes of the economic terrorism against our people, the anti-white economic terrorism against our people. And they were like, oh my God, the anti-whites really do want to deprive white people of the ability to get medicine for their sick children, to get the surgery for their child who needs the surgery, for their father who needs the surgery to live. They really do want to prevent that from happening because that is what impoverishment causes, and so much more. It's far worse than just liquidating as they did in Soviet Russia, because then you just kill them and they don't know anything that happens after that. And nobody, and few people, I should say, learn from the killing. But a lot of people learn from the lifetime of misery, of losing your ability to buy a meal and afford a rent or afford a mortgage or get a health care, and all of the hardship and stress that comes from economic disagreements and marriages and in families and between parents and children. That's one of the main things that causes the big fights, is financial concerns. And more importantly, talking about these financial concerns, that is what keeps an individual silent when it comes to anti-whiteism more than anything, because, or almost more than anything, because you have the wife, you have the kids, they'll come to you and they'll say, don't you dare say X, Y, or Z. I know it's true, but don't you dare say it. In fact, you better go along with it so that you can get that promotion and we can get that swimming pool. If you say something like this, you'll never get that promotion. And in fact, You'll get fired. And my parents are not going to let me, and I will just divorce your ass in a heartbeat. That's what the typical Western household looks like when a white man wants to stand up against this BS, this Bravo Sierra colonel. So in a sense, quote, some folks are convinced that that's true, even though it's not. It's not based on fact, Raiklin told Tucker Carlson today. Quote, others know that critical thinkers, I would say a majority of my network is in special ops and intel community, and those that are even lean left of center when I present the evidence in a very deliberate, systematic manner, they know where I stand ideologically. They'll agree with the conclusion, which does not align with what's being promulgated at the top. Okay, so again, look at where Raiklin has to go with his conversation. He has to deliberately, in a systematic manner, not step on the landmines in this anti-white minefield that has been laying for him. He has to deliberately step through there, not set off any of these mines. If he were to be in our story, they'd be walking through our minefield. If he went to one of his colleagues and instead of having to very carefully sidestep the charge of R being an R, sidestep the charge of being a white supremacist, sidestep the charge of being etc. You carefully get through all that just to get to the end, and they're like, well, maybe you're right, yeah, but you're still immoral. Yeah, I know you, so I'm not going to necessarily immediately think these things because you've gone to a very deliberate and systematic manner to make sure that you've told me ahead of time that you're not a racist, right? Instead, he could say, this bullshit is anti-white as all hell. And the victimization of the white race has to end, or this country is going down the toilet. And you can look all around us and see it's going down the toilet for targeting of white people and everything that we create and hold dear in the world. And what is his interlocutor going to say then? No, the country should be anti-white. No, white people should be victimized. They could say, oh, I don't think it's anti-white. And, oh, really? Here are the policies. You can start talking. It's endless, and they know it. What's more, even though Raiklin was very careful, sidestepping this and systematically, in a systematic manner, sidestepping that, any one of these people he talked to could still go to his superiors and say, he's a white supremacist. He does not like that you give all these classes about watching out for white supremacy, as if white supremacy is not some prevalent thing that's evil. And we all know that it is because we're in the anti-white narrative. And then Lieutenant Colonel is going to be dragged before General, and it's over. Right? But in the Go Free case, he was saying that these policies are anti-white and that this has to come to an end because if it doesn't, it's going to harm everybody of all immutable characteristics. We're going to lose all of our freedoms. We're going to lose everything the founding fathers intended. Gee, I wonder which one you have more of a fighting chance with. Which one do you have more of a fighting chance with? Of course, anti-whites could still say, and if they're anti-white seriously enough, they could still say, oh, okay, well, we're going to throw him in the brig for his anti-white because he's not being anti-white enough. But in the real world, he's going to have far more of a fighting chance saying he doesn't want harm to come to any group of people on the basis of their birth, including white people, than let me carefully and deliberately and systematically maneuver through the minefield that you have laid for me here. Quote, but they don't want to lose their job. They don't want to lose their benefits. He continued, it all comes down to that. It all comes down to safety, security, and they're willing to bend and budge on their moral, ethical, and even legal principles. This is such a beautiful conversation. So much to take away from this, so much learning had here. Because what he has said is, even when you carry around that Constitution, even when you educate yourself on all of these conservative patriotic principles, even when the stated mission of the military is to kill the soldiers and terrorists of other countries to protect America, and everything being taught is antithetical to that stated mission, and you go out of your way to not step on the landmines, the cultural landmines that they've laid for you in the anti-white narrative, and you go out of your way to do that, and you talk to your colleagues, they don't take it with them and magnify what you have done, because they know that they don't hold the moral high ground. They know that, like you're skipping through the minefield. You're skipping through the sniper's bullets to try to get to the other side. And that at any point, anyone can mischaracterize something that they said and come back and call them white supremacists. At any moment. Those arguments are not curative contagions because they don't empower the people who hear them. The Go Free method empowers the people who hear those concepts. They can magnify on those. They can stop being silent and they can start speaking up. Hey, if you're going to throw me out of the military for saying that I don't want anyone, including the white race, to be victimized on the basis of their birth, if you want to fire me for that, then that's your power. If you got the power to do it, you got the power to do it. But everyone who's seeing and hearing this are going to be siding with me. Unlike if the scenario was much different. If this person we were just talking about is getting thrown out of the military for racism or suspected white supremacy or neo-Nazi ties, no one is going to side with them when they are thrown out of the military. No matter how carefully they tiptoed their way through the tulips. The military has received criticism from embracing a progressive ideology, not only from its own service members, but the overall public as well. Service members have expressed their concern with the military because of its requirements for diversity, equality, and inclusion, DEI programs. Anti-white. Don't go to them and say, I don't like your diversity. I don't like your equity. I don't like your inclusion. Don't go to them and say that. Say, I don't like your anti-whiteism. But this is a diversity, equity, and inclusion program. And the outcome is fewer white people. That means it's anti-white. I don't like, it is immoral to get rid of people on the basis of their birth. Do not go and say you oppose their diversity, equity, and inclusion. You will be an immoral cur in the eyes of ordinary folks. Because nobody is ever going to see it for the picture perfect of what the anti-whites portray. They're going to see themselves. They're going to see, and they're going to say, well, geez, in my family, the family legend is that great-great-great-grandpappy whatever was an American Indian. I might get excluded one of these days. Or I don't practice the right kind of Christianity. I might get excluded one of these days. Or whatever it is. That's all they're going to hear. Quote, I do perceive the Army leadership as woke. Raiklan. And probably the lower enlisted, they have been indoctrinated in school. And probably so he says the leadership is anti-white and the lower enlisted is anti-white. If we don't recapture, that's what Raiklan's telling you. If we don't recapture our destiny soon, it'll all be anti-white. And they will act with a moral imperative. That means they will come and kill you like an animal if they're ordered to do so. One service member told Fox Digital, quote, equity diversity is another way to divide and control the masses. It does nothing for the war fighter. And listen, military folks, go off with this I'm just a brother, and we're just war fighters, and it doesn't empower my ability to fight war, and all of my brown brothers out there and fight war. They don't care. The purpose of anti-whiteism is to victimize your white ass. It's not to make you get along with non-white people or to see non-white people as human beings or any of the claims of where like the neo-Nazis come from. It's to victimize your white ass. Stop defending places where they're not attacking. They are attacking you for your birth. It is not your skin. Race is not skin deep. It goes much deeper than that. Except that there are different breeds or races of man. It's a reality. That doesn't mean, and white people you don't see en masse white people in the military, for example, saying, "Oh, I'm not going to fight with him and have him supposedly or potentially rather save my life just because he's not a white guy." White people aren't doing that. Just say the truth. Stop hiding behind cowardly positions. Stop hiding behind cowardly positions. Like, I'm just about improving the warfighting abilities, and this is just not really serving. And I'm all for it, though. Let's make sure it's in the schools and make sure, it's in the elementary schools, and let's make sure it's on the TV. By God, I want to see it in my sitcoms. But in the military, no. You're a coward if you do that. You're a bitch if you do that. Call it for what it is. It's anti-whiteism. And the people carrying it out are anti-whites. Don't talk about this. You're just dividing people. Talking about race all the time is just dividing. That's this Alex Jones Bravo Sierra. It just divides people. Bro, it's dividing them on the basis of who is white and therefore needs to be victimized. There are two groups in that division. It's white people who are not anti-white enough and everyone else of all races. Those are the two groups. This is not dividing. This is not just about dividing people. There are two groups. Whites who are not anti-white enough, and I guess the non-white people who are honorable enough to stand by them, and then all the anti-whites of all races. Those are the two groups that are divided in the anti-white narrative, and everywhere you look. You could go to Jones. I remember making these arguments years back. These people always saying, it's just about dividing us. I mean, I heard that so many times. I felt like in like cartoon ways, these people were just needing like a chicken head getting, and this tongue sticks out of the chicken's beak. It's just about dividing people on the basis of this. And I would say, show me where on the big scale, big media and the movies and everything, show me where, because I can show you in every single TV show, almost every commercial, every single movie, made for TV movie, I can show you where the line is drawn between white people who are not anti-white enough and everyone else. I can show you in everyone. Show me where they're dividing Arabs from Chinese. Oh, you can't? Stop being such a coward then. And that, my friends, is the Green Beret. We'll get back to the financial gifts right now and to what you where you tag me. If you tag me and I didn't get to your comment, please grab it. Again, paste it back in the live stream. I will be good with it. The mods will be good with it. God bless you for having patience as we are approaching the 8 o'clock hour p.m. Eastern time with nothing but champions in a going free segment that is infused with love, hope, and redemption and strength and courage and nobility. The only thing that can walk through fire, as the song goes, without blinking, is love. Know that for sure. Anger doesn't do it. Certainly what they would refer to as hatred doesn't do it. The only thing that walks through fire without blinking is love. We have, who's up here? The great Yiz the Unifier, $3 financial gift. It doesn't matter how much powder we have or how dry it is. Oh, I love that. Very well put. Because we can't shoot our way out of being deracinated and demoralized. Oh my gosh. That is, somebody needs to cut it. Somebody needs to cut this. Yiz, the unifier, says, it doesn't matter how much powder we have or how dry we keep it, because we can't shoot our way out of being deracinated and demoralized. Bullets don't build culture, but cultivating white positivity does. Exclamation point. God bless you, sister. What an epic truth that is. I told you the smartest come here. Maybe that's why. Let me make sure I didn't lose y'all. Maybe that's why all of the not so smart show up and bitch all the time. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why all of these like really like lowbrow thuggish types, they show up and they're like, oh my goodness, because the smartest are here and they're thinking and they're speaking and they're allowed to speak here and they're encouraged to speak here and they're the advocates. And these folks know that this is what's going to reach and is reaching ordinary people with extraordinary hearts. God bless you. He is the unifier. Vincent B. back with another $3. Did you know Jordan Peterson may lose his psychology license for his appearance on Joe Rogan? That's crazy. I heard, maybe I saw like a blurb somewhere. I didn't read. And if you want, jump into the question widget or Talk Heaven widget and give me a bit more of the information about that. But it makes perfect sense because even though, and this is a great example that we could go to our Green Beret with, even though Jordan Peterson is not in all ways, he shares like some wisdom of the West. And when he does and takes credit, unfortunately, for it, sharing with like essentially like Aesop's fables, essentially clean your room comes from Aesop and etc. When he shares it, takes credit for it, he's doing good work. The vast majority of the time, though, when he articulates that white people should be deracinated, automatons, radical individualists, etc., it is the worst sort of poison. It's rat poison for Western kind, because they're finding value. They're finding something that tastes good, right? The majority of rat poison tastes good, but that strychnine is a bitch. And that's what Jordan Peterson's medicine does. It's good in so much of it, and then the poison finishes off the race. And finishes off the people, finishes off Western civilization. And that's the case because when you have conversations with ardent followers of Jordan Peterson, you don't even have to see a single thing he said. And I've reviewed some of his stuff. But his ardent followers will come to you and they'll make statements that are in keeping with like Aesop's fables. And they'll say that Jordan Peterson is the originator of, and he's done so much for me. I now have my life in order, and share some vapid truisms with you. And you're just like, okay. And then they suddenly spit out at you. And white people should never come together as a people. They should never take pride in the accomplishments of our people. And you're like, wait, what? All the other groups achieve magnificent things because of their belief in past success. They stick together and they find individual well-being because of the well-being of their people. And Peterson doesn't want that for us. He's not going to war against the groups that do it so beautifully. Like there are some groups of Jews and some groups of blacks and definitely some groups of Arabs that do a fantastic job telling their children, your ancestors did these marvelous things and you can too. And if you want to be well, our whole community has to be well. And Jordan Peterson will say, that's moral that they're doing that, like Kermit the Frog, and then start crying. And then cry some more. And then pop some drugs. But I digress. He doesn't wage war on them for that collective thought and for taking credit and finding personal value in the accomplishments of your people when he's talking about these non-white races and particular groups inside non-white races that do a fabulous job of doing that and achieve great outcomes when they do it. Certain groups in these different races achieve fabulous, commendable jobs by doing it. But he goes to the white race and he says, you can't find personal value in the accomplishments of your people. And if you identify with a group, then you're evil. So why when it comes to white people, why is it that this guy could potentially face his license being revoked by a board in Canada? Well, I'll tell you this. Alex Jonesian types and typical basic bitch nationalist types, and even people you'll find in the explicit white sympathetic sphere types will say, it's all rigged. And they look just like that too. They're like, you know what's going on there. It's just a big show. It's a big act. It really is. It's just for you to see. They're not going to take that license. It's just for you to think that he's a good guy. No. It's not a big act that's put on for your benefit. I mean, your wife doesn't give you an act for the benefit. Why would you think that these people would? The reason why Jordan Peterson could face something like potentially losing his license is because anti-whites that either are on that licensure board and or anti-whites outside of that industry have looked at Peterson and they say, he's getting, as anti-white as he is, he's not anti-white enough. He's getting in the way of us victimizing Western kind and Western countries and what Western kind produces. And so revoke his license, humiliate, destroy, etc. And you might say, but Jason, I know it's specifically a group of feminists who have lobbied to have his life, or whatever it is. They're anti-white. That's a subset of anti-whiteism. Where do you see the feminists at war in Middle Eastern countries? Where do you see them traveling to Middle Eastern countries to fight for women and the rights of women? It's about destroying the white family, dipshits. It's about destroying the white woman until she's old enough to not be able to have a healthy kid. And then she spits anything out late in life. And the thing is like, it's got like a rhythm to its walk that you wouldn't want unless you were trying to do it. Jordan Peterson. Well, I'd like to know more about it, Vincent. Thank you for that. Another financial gift as well from Vincent. And we have over here in the Tall Kevin widget, the question widget. If you head on over, the link is below for Entropy. You'll head over there. You'll see the Tall Kevin widget. You can write something there. Hit the character limit. It'll stay until you or I delete it. Move on to the next. Do it again and again. You can fill up whatever you want with what you want me to know. And it doesn't cost you a penny. Mestizo, great Mestizo is with us. Great to see you, brother. He says, Kevin McCarthy is the bastard that bamboozled Bakersfield. Can somebody remind me what that is? Kevin McCarthy is the bastard that bamboozled Bakersfield. Somebody remind me of exactly what that is. But I'm in full agreement with Mestizo on Kevin McCarthy being a bastard. We have over here on D Live, it looks like I have been given in their cryptocurrency a diamond, a little cryptocurrency diamond. And it says, that is from TK Recap. Thank you very much, TK. I appreciate it. TK, did you know that it was only recently that I've been able again to receive? I was demonetized by D Live in the very beginning. So God bless you for that diamond over there in their cryptocurrency. He says, greetings from Istanbul, Turkey. Well, big greetings to you as well, TK. And we have over here on Odyssey, 5 library tokens. That is their cryptocurrency from Who to Thunk It. And he writes here, the Green Beret is proof. You only need to get the go free method in front of people, not convince anyone, to get intelligent and moral people active for white well-being. Just get the message out. I'm going to read it again. Very well written. I'm sorry. Did I say 5 tokens? It's 5 tokens over there. Library tokens. The Green Beret is proof. So think about this. Think about what I said. Think about my personal pain. Please feel my pain. How did Bill Clinton do that? Feel my pain. I did not. Of course he did. And then he bit his lip, didn't he? I feel your pain. Feel my pain when I, all along, have been saying for many, many years, given speeches, and I said, no, you're not going to create an army that is going to force anything to happen. And I don't just mean like a militia, although there were, militias out there doing stupid things, especially in the 80s. But I mean, political armies, that's never going to happen. That's another midwit or uber midwit take. We're just going to get a bunch of people, and we're going to have more people come in, and then more people, and then more people, and then more people, and then we're just going to tell them what to do. That's not going to happen because they are legally allowed to kill you. They can write the rules. They can charge you with insurrection. They can put you away under the prison. They're the only people that can legally commit violence. And now it's gotten to the point where they allow the anti-white thugs in the streets to commit violence against you. And then they don't press charges, or they press charges, they overcharge, and they release. And they're like, hey, he shouldn't have to pay any bail. She shouldn't have to pay. Oh, she hit that guy over the head with a wrench. She shouldn't have to pay any bail. She can go, you know what? We've got too many cases going on. We're just going to drop this. But that guy's a paraplegic. So do you want to lose your job? Are you some sort of a neo-Nazi? I try telling people, we have got to get to our brothers and sisters where they are. How many people out there have heard me say that 10,000 times? We already are in positions of power, folks. I gave speeches saying this. I can't even remember the lines where I'm shouting. I'm like, I'm not like shouting. I'm like passionate. I'm like, we already are professors. We already are deans. We already are in government. We already are cops. We already are judges. We already are CEOs. We already are investors with hundreds of millions of dollars to invest. We are already all these things. You need something, an idea that circulates through society and is not circulated because it's pushed from behind. The genius here is that it's pulled from in front. They want it. We need ideas to get them where they are. This Green Beret, 25-year vet, was respected hardcore. We can get to him, as Huda Thunkett is pointing out, with the Go Free method. He and his kind don't have to have some overwhelming force take over the military, i.e. the American government, and then force a top-down change. Thank you for saying that. You remind me of a younger me, but I'm even more in my prime today. I can leap off furniture. I can exercise with furniture. I can leap off furniture and fly through the air like Superman and do acrobatic tricks in the air and land, bing. And I'm just like, there you have it. And that's not even fabricating. 25 library tokens over here. Thank you very much. Odyssey library tokens from, let's see. Wing It? Is that Wing It Proud? Wing It? I can definitely see Wing It. Wing It over there on Odyssey. God bless you. 25 library tokens. I think it's Prod. No White Guilt. Speaking of Jordan Peterson, have you listened to or communicated with Comicsgate? No. What's that? I mean, I know that there are a lot of readers of Marvel and etc. That's obviously the big one. But correct me if I'm wrong, that it's becoming totally anti-white. And I've said before here that there were really two places that white people had left. Well, kind of three. I mean, you have like high culture that white people will go and hide in high culture. And you see what's happening. Like in Canada, we had a whole symphony fired because they're white people. And then you had everybody talking about how, oh, look at what all the non-white people are going to get. Well, if they can get to work, good for them. I hate that white people got fired on the basis of their birth. They're my brothers and sisters. That could have been me. That could have been a relative of mine. That's what you should be angry about. Right? It's Winged Productions. Thank you, man. There's that. And then there's video games. And that kind of encapsulates, in my mind at least, comic books and this sort of thing. They escaped there because anti-whiteism hadn't gotten there as profoundly as it had elsewhere. And then also in like moto sports. And now you see anti-whiteism into the high culture, anti-whiteism into video games and comic books, anti-whiteism into moto sports. I mean, there are an increasing number of motorsport venues that prohibit the Confederate flag. I mean, are you nuts? Are you nuts? That is like prohibiting the Confederate flag at motorsports on planet Earth anywhere. I have seen the Confederate flag at motorsports in, I think it was Norway. It's a part of the culture that the West creates, a hue of Western civilization in the Southland, Southern people, where we are mechanical, we make it run fast, we make it last, we make it the best. All right. And it's just part, it's an element of, it's not the whole culture. Everybody doesn't in the South doesn't like motorsports or working on engines or anything, but there are a lot. It's a big part of that hue of Western civilization. And so you'll see in various places around the world where white people get together and they're like, hey, I got an idea. Let's race through this forest on dirt bikes fast as all hell. Nice. And then they're like, you know what we got to do? We got to put up a Confederate flag like those Southerners. And then they're like, absolutely. It's like if you're going to talk about the Queen of England, you're going to whip out the Union Jack. I guess that's illegal too in some places in our once great United Kingdom. There are venues in southern states on top of that won't allow the Confederate flag to be flown. It's going to be shirts. It's going to be any expression of pride that isn't anti-white. Do you see what's happening there? They don't hate Southerners because they just don't like Sandwich's Cross and 13 Stars hanging out together on a flag. All right? They hate it because it's not anti-white. And they want to white erase it because that brings them pleasure since they are anti-white. Where were we? I tell you where we were. We're going to celebrate. You know who we're going to celebrate right now. Get out those raucous emojis. There's somebody. You all finish his name in the live chat. Dude. 07's raucous emojis. 50 white well-being dollars. Counting those dollars out. 50 of them. 50 of them. You know what he does? He holds them up and he like fans himself. And he's like, for white well-being. And he just throws it out on the table. The dollars, $1 bills just skip across the table, like flying on that thin coat of air, like a hovercraft carrying a bunch of green berets. The combat for white well-being, oratorical combat. Get with me, man. I will totally equip you to kick ass. Lock and low, baby. Lock and load. Let's kick the tires and light the fires. Dude, bro, moment, $50, and he writes, for white well-being. What a champion. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. Save them white baby dollars. Save the white baby dollars. All right, what do we have over here? We have, I love Jesus Christ. I love Jesus Christ. Our sister financially gifting $10. And she writes as well, for white well-being. It's getting to the point now where I'm like seeing her more and more as like when I look this way, like there's like a fracture in the space-time continuum, and she just like trots down the steps. I don't know, maybe she has wings or something. I don't know. She's like down the steps, and then she's like, there you go. There you go. Take it to those evil bastards. Yes, I will. Thank you so much. $10 from I Love Jesus Christ over here on Cash App. And the rest over there is blank. We didn't miss anybody. I'll take a quick look at what you all are saying. Thank you all for the celebration, the celebratory emojis. We got a few more things to get to before we round up this gathering today. We'll take calls as well. Hyperborean Jim says he has no white guilt. David Lee is with us. 76. Yeah, I saw you earlier. That's right. Red pills. That's a cool name. Brandon C is with us. Hello to you, sir. Roger. Folks, how many folks have you gone out to and told about going free? Told about this wild and crazy guy over on YouTube that you can go and have a good time, hang out with good people, make it a bit of a mission, change the lives of those around you. $76 Red Pill says Jason can jump higher than buildings because buildings can't jump. Well, they definitely can't jump my vert leap. I had the highest vert in college. Nature Moon says, I've been trying. I don't know. Some of them anti-whites, some of the stuff they smoke, I think they do think buildings jump. They walk and talk as well. Nature Moon says, I've been trying to get better at meeting people where they are. Some people are easier to do that with than others. Sometimes I lose my cool, but not as much as before. Well, God bless you for that. Thank you for sharing that. You know, you're a human being. You have challenges. It's going to be difficult sometimes. We're going to fall down. We got to be going in the right direction. That's what matters. And we know that here. And if you know that about yourself, you'll give yourself that little bit of space. You're like, I'm all right. I'm going in the right direction. I screwed up there. I'll do better next time. That's all that it takes. So God bless you. Thank you for saying that. We're going to have, I'll reiterate, we're going to have more and more new people coming in. And that's a wonderful thing. A lot of people reaching out, a lot of people following. And, you know, the numbers on YouTube are always messed with by the anti-whites. But it's funny, too, with like ant-nat types will say, well, YouTube is totally controlled and they won't allow us ant-nat types on there because they're all just anti-white. But then when it comes to us and the size of the audience and the size of the sub count, somehow the anti-whites are unimpeachable. It's like, well, geez, look at him over there. He does nothing. Nobody talks to him because anti-whites would never fudge any numbers. When you're dealing with adult children. So we got a lot of new people coming in. We have to have patience. And I know you really have to ask yourself, like, how long have you been going free? And how hard was it for you to get started? So maybe you got to, you know, think about that. And you got to have kid gloves with people. I have a big excuse, but I'm not giving myself an excuse. I have a big excuse that I've been arguing this for years and years and years and years and years and years. But we got new folks coming. It's the first time for them. It's the first time meeting you. And they're going to come in and they're going to roll and they're going to say, it's this flipping wokeism. They fired everybody at my job that wasn't woke. Really, what race were they? Were they objecting to anti-whiteism? Do they have these diversity quotas that are getting met and they're celebrated? You know what that means? You know what the opposite of they have to have a diversity fire when they have a diversity hire. Do you know what kind of person they can? And if they, you know, they might be like, well, I don't see color. I don't see color. Okay, you could use the line of their handicap isn't going to stop them from attacking you on the basis you're in. The group they're attacking is the group to which you belong to. That's why you're attacked. That's why you're threatened. That's why you can't feel like you can talk. But I don't see color. I just don't see it like that. And then you say to that person, okay, well, I hope you'll think about it. And don't run them off. You know, they'll go and think about it. What they won't go think about is if you go to them and you say, you know what, this historical event in history didn't actually happen. They're going to be like, oh God, I'm running. But if you use the go free method, they will go think about it. and they'll see how the concepts could be used in their life with the people that they love, with the people that they like. I've had, and this is something that's worth sharing, I've had quite a few people who adopted concepts when they didn't want to. They were, I guess, we just, lack of a better word, afraid of the concepts, afraid of objecting to the victimization of white people. But they end up with someone in their life that they are pushed around by, somebody who's maybe radically anti-white, and they use a concept just to push back in the heat of the moment. They're like, God, I'm going to use this on you. And they throw it at them, and it works. And then that is their entry point. Then suddenly they're like, wait a second. I am the moral person in the conversation. I'm not the immoral one having to tiptoe through the tulips with a systematic, deliberate method to make sure I get through those tulips. And they begin to change. So you never know how you'll reach somebody. And there'll be more people showing up in the chat that are going to be talking about the commies. There'll be more people showing up on Twitter that are talking about the commies and talking about the wokes and talking about the Marxism and talking about, etc. More folks showing up. More folks showing up, talking about leftists. They say leftists, you can just write back, I know the anti-white leftists are terrible. Well, this doesn't have anything to do with race. Well, it kind of does as far as I see it, but maybe you don't see it that way. But the way I see it is this. If you're like blowing these people away, remember, don't talk to the me-nots anymore, the people who are jealous of us. Don't talk to these people who had the opportunity to hear all of our conversations, and they are, because of intelligence and because of immaturity, they can't understand that they've been manipulated, that they are being bitched by our victimizers to behave and think that way. They don't have the intelligence and the maturity to understand. We've made the arguments. They've heard the arguments. They still don't get it. There was a guy in a conversation today. Maybe I can pull it up right now. And it was, is this it? No. Although I should speak to this one too. So there was a guy, Western Kind, Art is Life, had made a tweet about how she is more often attacked, far more often attacked on Twitter and maybe elsewhere as well. If she's still here, she can tell us, by name them types, ant-nat, cult-nat, me-not types, self-identifying neo-Nazi types who attack her because she's going free. And I was pointing out Kate's getting attacked regularly by these people. We shared one on Twitter Tantrums, and we'll share another one next time too, the one we couldn't get to. Attacking her and attacking me personally. So attack Jason, attack her because she is going free and she's implementing the go free method in her life. I just attack. And she points this, and that's happening more often than being attacked by anti-whites. So like open and out radical anti-whites, not coming after her or me nearly as much, even a fraction, as these people who are, many of whom are self-identified Nazis, that they so care about white people. And just relentless attack on us. They've got nothing else to do, right? She points out it's obvious, and she's disgusted by it. Good for her. God bless her. And what happens? One of these losers shows up, totally attacks me with nothing but ad hominem. Just nothing but ad hominem. Just, oh, he is just what was like a rapist grifter or something. It's just insane. And she writes back and she's like, I'm not even going to honor that with a defense of Jason and his work. And then this person writes back and she's like, and that's disgusting. And then this person writes back and says, oh, all you have is ad hominem for me. His very first message proved her point. Nothing but ad hominem attack on me. No argumentation, no evidence. And then she's like, I'm not even going to honor this. It's disgusting. And then he writes back and says, oh, you're not going to address my arguments that didn't exist? You're just going to come at me with ad hominem? That's what you're dealing with. So just ban these people, because here's the problem. If you're going through, we need to be like the priest or the preacher. If you're going through your day with your guard up for these kinds of wretches everywhere, you're going to be a bit pugilistic. You're going to be a bit pugilistic when somebody shows you, you'll be like, hey, you ready? And that person's going to be just like a normal person sometimes, and increasingly so. And they'll be like, hi, I would just like to, oh my God, no, thank you. Put your fists down. I'll leave now. You don't want to be like that. So instead, just say, okay, you're gone. Don't even respond. People they have not enough intelligence to understand it. So imagine that. Imagine living like that. And not enough that you're being chumped. I mean, effectively, they have our victimizer. A pink limo Cadillac pulls up, and the dash is covered in fur, and big furry dice are swinging from it. Back door opens up. All kinds of ganja smoke blows out of the back of it. Some total anti-white pimp steps out. He's got like white penny loafers on. He's got a zoot suit on, feather boa. Zoot suit is white, feather boa and hat, and feather on the hat, all pink. And he walks up to these tough guys. They're like, yeah, we're the cult Nats here in town. And this guy walks up and he's just like, you're gonna do exactly what I say. And they're like, yeah, of course. So they can't think their way out of that. It's that obvious to people who have eyes, to enough intelligence and maturity. Ban, block, and then be ready for the good brothers and sisters who are out there who are ready to come over because they're sick and tired of everything burning down. They know it's going to consume them. Sam says, Jason, authority is the claim to the right to initiate violence, and no such right exists. I don't know what I said that you're specifically speaking that to. I mean, is that like a libertarian position? Get back to me. Tag me again. I'll check it out what you're saying. Wing of Production. Speaking of Jay Peterson. Okay, that's what you were asking about over there. Yeah, you could fill me in over here. Peter is here. Great to see you. Art Acrobats. Stephanie Love. Wonderful to see you all. Sliding through, looking for K-Max is here. Great to see you. What else do we have? All right, I don't see any other tags. So the tags that were for me, they must have scrolled off. If you remember what you said, or you took my advice and you copied it to potentially repaste, then you'll have it to repaste. Cash App is clean. Promethean Promulgation. They have the anti-whites by the balls, but not in a hostile way. Oh my God. That's good. That's funny. So true. So true. Oh, it's grossly true for all the cult Nats out there. They've got them by the short hairs in a much friendlier way. Search and Destroy is here. Rory, great to see you. I used to own a 76 Cadillac Eldorado convertible in red, white, and blue. How very patriotic of you, brother. But I can assure you, I never had any swinging dice. Well, thank you for that. That would be one messed up visual. Rory Herbert rolling down made his Cadillac Eldorado into a lowrider with some swinging dice on it, and where the pavement is uneven, throwing up sparks of a rooster tail of sparks. Hyperborean Jim saying, will take a lot of more time, I should say. It took me a minute to truly go free, but I was searching for something to save Western kind in the first place. People who aren't searching take time, a lot more time. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Azimuth Clark is with us. That's a great example of how some people, you use some of the concept. Maybe you talk about Go Free and they're like, nah, I'm not really interested. I'm busy building a shed. I'm going to have the coolest shed in the world, that kind of. And they're like, I'm not really interested right now because I'm working on this shed. You still use the concepts because you're in our story. As he or she hears those concepts, can't help but see how it will benefit them. Or if they're anti-white, how it undermines their position. And that changes their thinking. So even if they are not interested in the full Go Free method, you are bringing the general, the norm, if you will, into a position that is beneficial to the Go Free method. Like if we could imagine this, for example, when it comes to the adoption and promulgation of the Go Free concepts, if we could make everyone in like, just for a thought experiment, everybody across the West is suddenly using the key concepts. Could you imagine? Even the anti-whites and the people who don't care, they're building the shed. Could you imagine how easy it would be to work with that population? My gosh. Your victimizers would be wildly crippled by it, and everybody else would be much more amenable to other key concepts of the Go Free method, much more amenable to the dialectics we present to them. Right? Mike says, Jason Kuna for president. And Adam Greeny says for vice president. All right. Well, thank you for the nomination, Mike. Could you imagine my coming down the escalator moment? That would be very, very different. Artificer says, going free, still going free, going on 3 years. Amen to you, brother. Thank you for that testimonial. How long have you been going free, folks? How long? All right. Who is that? Who's here? Jerome is with us. Great to see you, good brother. David Lee, hello to you. Ash is with us. Wonderful to see you. I am going to take a brief break right after I tell you that I had tweeted. If you're not following me on Twitter, you have a Twitter account, you should do so now before the men in black that I have sent to look for you find you, and horrible things will happen. They have videos of Nancy Pelosi they'll make you watch. I tweeted on that account an image that was making the rounds in the implicitly white sympathetic sphere that I saw. And in that picture on the top, it has Wakanda, and from the movie, right? I mean, it didn't exist. Maybe it did exist. Ask CNN. And then it has an actual photograph of all black community in Africa. And on top it says, and the point that they're trying to make here is that of autocrats, autocracy. And of course, implicitly white sympathetic people, they hate that. We all hate that. We don't want somebody who's just like one person in charge, or just nobody can contend with that. Nobody can object to that. Nobody can gainsay that, unless it's me, of course. That's a joke. And it says here on the first picture, country led by African warlord, according to a movie. So autocrat, according to the movie. And then actual country led by African warlord, autocrat. And making the argument that autocracy is a negative. And here's why. So I write back to, because there's a deeper issue there, of course, as I see it. And I write, as people live in their subconscious minds for 95% of their lives, for 95% of their lives. And as the unconscious mind doesn't know the difference between reality and fiction, this reality doesn't matter without the psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. Go free. And then I got a little book emoji. It's beautiful. And everybody's telling me it's beautiful. And then this person writes back. So I'm talking about the reality of autocracy doesn't matter, since you could present all those facts you want. It's the fiction, the party that feels good and that people live their lives in, including you, live their lives in 95% of their lives in that subconscious mind. Doesn't matter unless you have so all implicitly white sympathetic folks out there, patriots, conservatives, if you want to make an argument against autocracy by juxtapositioning fiction and reality, you are going to have an audience who's going free for it to really matter, for it to really make a difference in the world, because you've been sharing these kind of like expose discoveries and opinions your whole life, and it's done nothing. Look at the state that our countries are in. So you've got to go to the deeper level. And then this person writes me, why can't there exist no white guilt at the same time Black people not being mentioned? I wasn't saying anything about Black people. And here we talk all the time about not being white negative, which means saying negative things about a group of people on the basis of their birth. And then you had people, of course, with the low IQs and emotionally immature, they get slapped around by the pimp, come in and say, well, then that means you can't condemn a pedophile who is non-white. No, it's what I just said. You can't condemn people. We don't condemn people on the basis of their birth. We do condemn them if they children. Understand? And so this person, I don't know if he's trying to intentionally not get it or not, but I'm not going to be drawn into telling him how wonderful Black people are, because that's the wrong response for this sort of thing. He has misunderstood me. So I will get back to him on Twitter, just not right now, because we're doing this. But we're going to do this, and I'll be right back.
Control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Was this wonderful place, everything I've been through, they can't take that away. I'm not talking destination, but it's all where you're at. So no matter where I go to, my mind is intact. 'Cause I'm a man of the West, even across the sea, upon the highest mountain, or wherever I'll be, I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And oh, I've been blessed to be a man of the West. Sweet enough to make you cry, thinking of the sacrifices, the men who laid down their lives to give us endless chances. Regardless what you say, my people left them all, and there's so much more to create. So onward we march. 'Cause I'm a man of the West, even across the sea, upon the highest mountain, or wherever I'll be. I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And oh, I've been blessed to be a man of the West. I'm a man of the West, no matter how far. And if you feel me, brother, you know who you are. You are a man of the West, even across the sea. That fire spirit's in me. Upon the highest mountain, still me. Or wherever I'll be, I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And oh, I've been blessed to be a man of the West. 'Cause I'm a man of the West, even across the sea, upon the highest mountain, or wherever I'll be. I'm still a man of the West, as far as the world can reach. And oh, I've been blessed to be a man of the West.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, another epic piece. RC, the Realist. And he absolutely is. Great to have everybody still with us. We're going to do a quick announcement. We have one announcement that I'm going to share tonight. And that is that it's a very busy week. And so all I have is this for announcements. That they were a bunch of white sympathetic folks over on Twitter were using this groomer again and again with all of these different tweets I was reading. And I was like pulling what's left of my hair out with this groomer. And so I tweeted back, I think I retweeted one of them, and I said, groomer has a positive connotation. A groomer cleans up my pets. A groom gets married. I groom myself. Take your children to be groomed. Are your children well groomed? Or they could get in trouble at school. They could call you if your children are not well groomed. It has a positive connotation. And so I said, drop groomer, call them pedo groomers, because then it just makes it very clear what you're talking about, what they're doing. They are pedo groomers. You could make it, I didn't use a hyphen on it. I just said pedo groomer, hashtag pedo groomer. And I said, let's get pedo groomer to trend on Twitter. Let's get it to trend on Gab. It's important what you call things. I cannot tell you enough. Our victimizers know this. That's why they give you to call the rape gangs in our once great country, our once great United Kingdom, to call them groomers. And as a consequence, nobody ever did anything. And now I know that there were some valiants that attempted to stand up against it. But we have to have more than people who sacrifice their lives in a hopeless cause. If they were to tell the regime where to stick it when it comes to calling these people groomers, then and use pedo groomer, for example, you would have motivated far more people, and it would have been in time to save a great many lives. And if that's not motivation enough to overcome your jealousy for me, then something's wrong with you. You're a misfit. So let's use pedo groomer. Since people already use groomer, it'll be easy to get them to just segue right on over to pedo groomer. Like, groomer, what kind of groomer are you talking about? Horse groomer? They're expensive. Yeah. Oh no, I'm talking about people that actually are taking children. Oh, so you're talking about pedophiles. So that's a pedo groomer. It's easy. It doesn't make it much harder to write or to say. So this person is pedo grooming. This teacher is pedo grooming these children. Pedo grooming. That just sounds so disgusting, doesn't it? And that's what you want it to sound like. Know this. The anti-whites in charge are never going to give you a really disgusting name to use for those anti-whites that are damaging Western civilization and harming Western kind. Please know that. Please let that sink in to the gray matter. They will never come to you and give you something really disgusting to call those people. They're always going to give you something that works for them. Every single time. And get over your fucking jealousy of me. Don't wait until I'm dead before you're finally like, well, you know what? That guy was actually kind of right. And I'm going to become a big advocate of all of it. Don't wait for that, because I might live too long for us to be able to recapture our destiny on any significant level in your life if you're going to wait until I'm dead so you can stop being jealous. Okay, pedo groomers. Hashtag pedo groomers. Let me get to your comments, because you all have some great comments. And maybe I will put just how about this? A little bit of bass guitarist as a bumper between that and your comments. Bass guitarist is epic, and you can always say to the me nots when they show up, the ant nats or whatever, cult nats, you can always just say, go free yourself, and then ban them. Go free, put on like your deepest, most colorful New York, go free yourself, and then click ban. Go free yourself. What are you all saying? I'm going to be back on taking calls soon. If you would like to call in, let me know. And I'll still be looking at your financial gifts and comments you're making right now in the live chat. But I will be back, I don't know, Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. And I know I have at least a video that I want to break down of a white anti-white. That's a great example. It's a great example of living in the anti-white narrative and therefore having an anti-white morality. In the narrative, he's 100% right. In the anti-white narrative, he's 100% right. And if you go into that conversation with him, and maybe what I'll do for the exercise is I'll ask you all, what would you have said before you were going free to this guy? How would you? And now we're not taking the position that you're going to be able to take this radical white anti-white and turn him into something other than radically anti-white. But for an audience, maybe he's a coworker, maybe it's online and other people are going to read the comments. So maybe that's what we'll do as an exercise. And I do want to get to the go free segment. I mean, the lesson of the day as well. So maybe I'll do that right now, because we just have a word from the glossary and an MP. So let's take a look. Our stories went long and kind of went over top of important stories, but they went long nonetheless. So from the glossary today in the Go Free manual, which is second edition iteration 2, which I will go ahead and share that I think I'm going to go ahead and do an audiobook. Don't wait, though, for me to do the audiobook of this before I get back to Prometheus Rising. If you want to get it, you want to learn from it, get it, learn from it. It's very inexpensive on Amazon. And I think I'm going to do an audiobook of it because as Yiz and some others were in conversation with them, were telling me about, hey, you know, nobody's reading these days. I know it's a shame, but so probably going to be starting that and make that a beginning of the year project and do that with maybe author notes. So it's not just going to be the book. So it's going to be some author notes as well. My notes, my other thoughts that I have probably, and then get back to work on the audiobook for Prometheus Rising, and because that's much, I want it to be professional, much harder, and because you're reading characters and everything. I mean, I'm not going to go overboard with it, but I'm just saying. And also get to work on the third edition of Go Free, which is going to be big. And we'll go over that. It'll be fun. We'll go over the material as I'm working through it and entering it into third edition. And I'll be able to have you all potentially participate more in that creation. Today's word on page 197 from the glossary is mercenary. When we use this word, and if we're specifically using it in the Go Free frame, what do we mean by the word mercenary? And it's very similar, so you're not going to go wrong with the actual definition. But the way we have it defined here is a type of saboteur undermining the work that we're doing in one fashion or another. And there are various ways that can be done. Mercenary is a type of saboteur with 3 distinct variants. Professional agents. So those are people that can be hired by government or hired by an anti-white entity or an anti-white individual. Opportunists, second variant of the mercenary within the Go Free frame. Somebody who sees, well, there's an opportunity for fame for myself or money for myself. And then finally, the repentant villain. Repentant villain in the frame of the Go Free method is someone who is within the anti-white narrative. In the anti-white narrative, for not being anti-white enough, you are a villain. And so these individuals, they either go in to groups in the white sympathetic sphere with this intent beforehand, because they're almost, psychopathic if they're not, to go in, claim that they saw X, Y, or Z come out, and then get fame and fortune for themselves. They can see how people are treated when they turn against those who are not anti-white enough. And these are also people who discover that, but once they're in, it's not working out for them. They're cranks, or whatever it might be. They can't get along with others. They finally leave. And then they think to themselves, I can get attention for myself again. I can get maybe money for myself, they'll think, by saying, I'm so sad I was the villain in that anti-white narrative, and I just want to make it up to you all, and I'll tell you all that's going on there. So that is how we use mercenary in this Go Free, white well-being frame. Now, the MP of today was this, the meme pathogen. White people having a preference for their own people is evil. How many times have you heard? I think we all have heard that. I know I have many times. White people who want to, and for years, all the way back to when I was in junior high school, I extrapolated from what we were being told. And I said, you all are going to say that it's evil for us to even date and marry and have children with other white people. And the anti-whites, of course, were like, no, that's stupid. And then the people who were neutral, or the patriotic folks, or even people who cared, they were like, no, it can't ever get to that. Yeah. In recent years, more than just recent years, we've seen these articles saying that it's white supremacy for white people to date white people. In fact, saying it's Nazism for white people to have children with white people because you're producing white people. Anti-whites will often reveal their hand when it comes to their locution of whiteness. That concept you never use. It's theirs, and it's meant to harm us. And they'll reveal that by having white people, this is where they really reveal themselves on that whiteness. You know, because the whiteness they try to say all the time, it doesn't mean white people, except that when you all write articles about white people reproducing, you say that perpetuates whiteness. The only thing that baby's coming into this world with is that biospirit of Western kind. So if you say that's perpetuating what you call evil, then you're calling the existence of the baby evil. So remember that too when you have conversations with these, whiteness doesn't mean white people. We suggest the meme curative. You object to white well-being because you are anti-white and want to inflict harm on our people. Again, the meme pathogen is white people having a preference for their own people is evil. You want to live in a neighborhood that's mostly white people because it feels good to be around white people. You want to go to church that's mostly white because it feels good to be around white people. You like sharing the norms that you feel with those people. You like that your expectations of white instinctual behavior are met by the majority of white people, and where there are exceptions, you're like, oh my God, that person's like a wretch, right? You want to do that? These people will say you're evil for wanting to do that. So we suggest for a meme curative, you object to white well-being because you object to white well-being, because you are anti-white and want to inflict harm on our people. It's a very powerful response. And some people might say, when it comes to meme curatives, especially like response meme curatives, rather than just one-off to use for yourself, and sort of you view those almost as an affirmation, but also as statements in conversations or essays you write or anything like this. Some people will say, well, you could also say, I've had some people write in with these suggestions about, well, your response to that MP could also be yada, yada, yada. And it's a great meme curative type of response. But you have to remember that we're also trying to get people who have really the vast majority of people, we're looking at like a 7th, 8th grade ability to read and comprehend. And so we need to make and build the simple foundations, right? We got to build, we got to dig down, we got to find solid earth. Then I don't know, we got to put sand down, we got to put loose gravel down, and we got to put concrete down, we got to put rebar down, right? We've got to build the foundation. We got to make it easy so that somebody can get started right away. And then once they're doing these things, and when I say make it easy, what is the making it easy part? Refielding the conversation so that, hey, we're in our story. You don't want me to have white well-being. I experience well-being by listening to my people's music or music by white people. I feel like I identify with it. Would you tell black people listening to rap that is evil because they identify with it? Well, no. So you're only saying it about me because you're anti-white. Then they'll have to defend that they're not anti-white. As you become familiar, and these things are like on the tip of your tongue, you will be able to build out greater complexity where needed. And in most cases, it won't be needed, but you'll be able to build out greater complexity where needed. So I hope that is helpful. And let me go ahead and read some of your comments. Starting off with, hello, Tenny. Hello, Tenny says here, those who deal, oh no, this is what I said this is what I said back to this person. And I mentioned this on, actually, it was a great response. I'll just read again. Those who deal in lies live in lies. This was from the Twitter Tantrums with Kate. Like your profile picture, which is more doctored than a corpse at a funeral after a grisly wood chipper accident. There's more there, but go watch that and Twitter Tantrums this week. You'll have a blast from this past week. The Great Reptile writes here, I have friends I've given eindolens to. So remember this last week. I wanted to grab that part and see if from last Sunday gathering to see if there are any portion of where I'm holding up the eindolin that's funny and I could share it on a one of these YouTube shorts, share it on Twitter. So I'm going to go back and have a look. But I was talking about something that's true about the eindolin, and that is that folks who have either purchased the eindolin or I gave them an eindolin, which if you all remember is that shape, and it's from my books. You'll find it on my books. And you find out exactly in my fiction book, Prometheus Rising, what it represents. Folks have told me that they feel that it has improved their luck. And I shared that on Sunday, and Reptile writes here, quote, I have friends I've given eindolins to, quoting me, and they say their luck has improved immeasurably, close quote. Here's what Here's what Reptile shares about the eindolin. Listen to this. My Jeep was hit by a speeding truck, rolling us 3 times, him and his family. His Jeep was hit by a speeding truck, rolling us 3 times. Sparks flew, glass shattered, and the exterior shredded as it slid hundreds of feet across the concrete. It was literally crushed into a pile of twisted metal and smoking debris. Everything inside had been launched through the broken windows. Yet everyone miraculously survived. As I crawled from the broken glass and scattered rubble, there it was, just as I had left it, still hung the glorious eindolin. To this day, I believe it symbolizes why we still breathe and were spared from permanent tragedy. That wasn't luck. We were favored for serving a higher calling. We live for our people and to end the victimization of Western kind. That is the power of love and the message of Go Free. The eindolin is truly a symbol of life. No white guilt. We love you, brother. And there are no words to fully describe how much your work has positively affected our lives. God bless Reptile and his glorious family. I love you all back. Wonderful people. I've met them in person. They're going free. They are champions with the Go Free method at speaking to others and changing minds. And they're all talented in their traits and training. Wonderful, productive, law-abiding folks, salt of the earth kind of folks. And I saw pictures that he sent me when this happened. He reached right out to me. It was a very scary, it was a very moving, and this really kind of brings it back and makes it real again. God bless you, man. That's a really fantastic. Nobody has had a testimonial like that about having the eindolin with them. So that takes the cake. God bless you. And he has this also to say. Amma is here. Great to see you. So's Lunda from down under. Has anyone else noticed how the Name Them crowd consistently refer to PWR as a show, whereas the folks in our community call it a stream? Maybe because that's all it is to them. A show with weekly topics, conflict, and recurring characters. I think we read this one. Oops. But it's so true. It's so It's not a mission that they're on. They're not coming together for a gathering. Just like maybe earlier in the day on a Sunday, you come together for church, or you come together for your polytheistic gathering. You come together here for a gathering, the white well-being gathering. It's a big thing. One of these days, it's just going to get bigger and bigger. And it's a mission. It's a mission. You are a participant. You're not just an observer. And the elsewhere you find so many people who are just there for the show, there for the battle, there for whoever's getting insulted or attacked. Jubilation Media, that's love, the great, lovely Paul Ridge, says there are actually some who have promoted the idea that we would have a better chance red pilling the far left. It all relies on a paragraph they found somewhere which claimed that a large number of communists joined the German Workers' Party in WW2. Yeah, we definitely read that one. Was funny. Fantastic, brother. Irish Christ writing here, deadly anti-whiteism continues to erode community safety and threaten the lives of innocent Americans every day. Always speak out against anti-white violence and make sure to condemn the use of anti-white slurs, such as racist and supremacist. Anti-white devils roam free in our society, committing anti-white crimes in good conscience, with nothing but the anti-white narrative consuming their blackest of minds. Never accept or tolerate this anti-white evil and stand loudly in its face with empowerment of the Go Free method. And he says, Irish Christ's 5-point social lynching defense system make anti-white predators afraid again. Well done and well said. He added incredibly insightful and impressive panel today. This was back when we had everybody on. We'll be doing more of those. Powerful and productive team, to say the least. Stay spearheading for the Western sunrise and fearlessly white positive in the face of anti-white devils and predators. God bless you, Irish Christ, for those words. One of Western kind says minoritized. This was an anti-white poster in the UK that said that non-white people were minoritized. And this is what one of Western kind had to say. What a sinister, underhanded term. Implication, not only are non-whites vulnerable and helpless, in need of endless white resources reallocation until they are no longer vulnerable, i.e. a minority, but they have been put in this position by whites. Can you believe that the anti-whites in the UK, in our once great United Kingdom, are so vile? And make no mistake, minoritized will end up making its way all around the West. One of Western kind is 100% correct. That they're saying not only white people should you be white guilted because these people are minorities and totally vulnerable and can do no wrong. You have to be magnanimous. You have to overlook all the whatever it is that any individual might commit, any crime or white erasure of your norms and culture. You should overlook it all because they're the minority and they could be victimized very easily. But then they're saying you made them that way. You made them be a minority in your civilization. What despicable curs the anti-whites are. Very well said. Thank you for that, one of Western kind. Sluggo says, excellent job. Quota system, quote, set-asides, quote, diversity commissions, call it what they will. Anything that in any way favors one individual over another because of their, quote, protected group is anti-white. Equality of opportunity is what the founding fathers wrote into our Constitution, not, quote, equality of outcome. Very well put, champion. And maybe one more from this one from Based Enjoyer. Such good points. These people, if not left-wing infiltrators, are losers with no family, no children, no wife, or even a girlfriend. They claim to be trying to save the white race. But for whom? The white race would die out after them, as they are incapable of reproducing. Makes a comment about PA leadership. And he says they regularly review Hollywood films, but promote these crazy ideas about the jaywalkers. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So they're watching their movies and then criticizing. Okay, we need to get ourselves out of this. If every Jay disappeared from the world today, we would still face the same issues. These people are infiltrators or literally incel oddballs. Yeah, so true. Get out of their disgusting anti-white narrative. Stop being slapped around by that pimp and his limo pink Cadillac. Let's see if anybody over here on Cash App. Now we'll get ready to. No, First Last says, Mean Pathogen, one. One person, one love, one race. Snarky response, open, empty, drop. Good one. First Last. Yeah, of course, what they're trying to say there is, you white people, that message is for you. This one people, one, whatever. They want you to not see yourself as identified with Western kind, to not see your welfare by way of the welfare and well-being of Western kind. And then they've carved out all of these little caveats, like, except for all of these other non-white groups and these privileged groups that we'll call, discriminated against groups. We'll call persecuted groups. We've just carved all that out for them. But you, it's just one people. It's just one love. It's just one race. White race. That's all it is. And if you don't act, if you're not radically individualistic acting that way, well, then you might be a white supremacist. And then the low IQ'd step forward and say, yeah, good for you. One people, one love, one race, one empty drop. A Gentile gentleman is here. JC is here. Great to see you. Corey Bell has arrived on the scene. Great to see you, champ. Hyperborean Jim says, I was run over by a car under the wheels and survived. You went under the wheels of the car. I don't know why I thought of that earlier today. Weird. You were run over by a car and went under the wheels, and then the story of Reptile reminded you just now about thinking about that earlier today, that you were hit and run over by a car. Man, how bad were the injuries? That's terrible. I was hit by a car, but it wasn't, I'm sure it wasn't as bad as I caved in the windshield, but Kate was hit by a car as well. Not at the same time, you understand, but all right. We'll see if there's any other tags for me in the YouTube chat. Artificer says, I hope that was the video I sent you. Did you send it to me on Twitter? This is, you talking about the white anti-white? Maybe you sent it to me as well. I know that I retweeted it from No White Guilt clips. And maybe he got it from you. I don't know. But I'll take a look and see. Elaine had to go to bed, so she said, thanks for the fantastic stream. She'll be catching the rest of it later, and she will. I know that's true. First Last says, this is Jason's deepest truth. You have to be somewhat above 100 IQ to get it. Your mental frame is more important than what content is framed. Precisely. Precisely. Perfectly said, brother. Amma says, been going free for about a year, ordered every book authored by Jason. Good girl. Fornell, the great Fornell is with us, ladies and gentlemen. And he says he posted his first clip of NWG, No White Guilt, in 2018. Going back. 0022 is here. Yep, those were powerful days, my friend. And these to come, even more powerful. Lunder says he's been going free 3 years. Amma says 6 months. Franklin says 2 years. And Franklin has jumped in both feet. He's like, I'm making this happen. When you find something that works, you don't wait. You just do it. You just do it. Total champ. Going back through like all the old videos as YouTube anti-whites are just like deleting them behind me. I don't even know. They don't even send me messages. They're like, hey, did you know this message is, or this video is gone? And I'm like, oh, no. Then I go back and look and they're like, we've removed this for, okay, you should tell me. But it's not like I could appeal. Every time I've tried to, with a few exceptions, where the anti-whites have, it's just been so ridiculous, their claim. There's absolutely nothing there, I guess, that they could even pretend was something that they could strike a video. In fact, I don't think that any of the times that I've received strikes, lifted or not, that it was the least bit fair. Like I'm talking about by their rules. Obviously they saw it differently, but you have Ivan James and Ivan the Horrible are both with us. 555 is here. Welcome, 555. All right, I'll check out Artificer's video as well when I'm done here. I got to eat. Victorian Time Traveler, I was hit by a car last year. I've been walking kind of funny ever since. Oh, no, man. Really? You'll just have to tell people that's your testosterone. There was a lot of whiteness, which is good because I have no memory of, lots of witnesses. I'm sorry. I was like, because I have no memory of the incident. I don't even remember the rest of the night. I was in a coma for a couple of days. Oh, gosh. Wow, you were really messed up. First Last was saying, read it. I guess you meant your comment? Pants is here. Great to see you. I did read your comment, unless there's one I'm missing. Now I was, and I'll make the call to. Let's see here. I think. Oops. Okay. So I was in high school, and I didn't find high school to be fun or challenging or anything other than anti-white. I mean, it was anti-white from start to finish. And my high school was 9th grade through 12th grade. And you're leaving high school at 18 years of age. Oh, he's got an open, empty drop explanation. Is it different than, well, let me see. See if I can find it. Did you comment after your comment with the meme pathogen? I am missing. I do not see. Yeah, I don't see it. Does everybody else see first last's explanation? So let me, JC Denton is here. Great to see you, brother. All right. So if I can find it, I will read it either this show or the next. So which could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, maybe. Not Friday. But then, of course, back on Sunday. And I was in high school, and two of my friends, I was a freshman, I believe. And one of my peers was my age, and a freshman as well. And then the other one was maybe a junior. Anyhow, we were getting, I don't know, it was about midday. We were getting bored and tired of being there. They had decided that they were going to skip the rest of the day. And he was parked across. It was a road with the speed limit was 35. So people are traveling easily 45, right? And this was before the school zone where you had to slow down even more, or heightened tickets. And he was parked across this street. So we had to leave the front of the building, or at least this was the shortest route, and then run like hell across the teacher parking lot and up over a hill, and then across this road where people are traveling 45, and then into the parking lot, gravel parking lot on the other side, and hope that none of the teachers or admin or principal or whatever saw us from the windows on the front of the school. Library as well. I guess they could have seen us. So from there. So we got up to the front doors, and then I realized, oh crap, I don't have whatever books I would need for, and silly me to be thinking about schoolwork at all when skipping. But I was like, okay, I got to go back to my locker to get my books that I'm going to need. And so I ran back. They took off. And I ran back, got to my locker quickly, did the combo, got up, whatever book, stuffed it in my book bag, which I then stuck under my arm like a football, like I carried on the football field. And I ran. Of course, the bell had gone. The hallways were empty. You don't really want to be walking around. Then out the front door, and I was laser fast. And so I was just flying like the wind across the teacher parking lot. Then there was an island and the teacher parking lot. And then there was a hill. And here comes this road. And I made the error as I was sprinting toward this road to look to my right first, which would have been fine. In fact, it would have been the thing you wanted to do in the UK, but not in the United States, because the car that's going to be closest to you is going to be to your left. So I looked to my right and there was nobody coming. And I'm still sprinting. I didn't stop or slow down. My first step onto the blacktop of the road, I'm pivoting my head back around to see, is there anybody coming from this side? Before I even saw, I heard the squealing and just roaring sound of the tires squealing squealing as the car approached me. And so I got my head around and I see this car now. It was like I don't know, like a Honda Civic or something like this. And I could see the woman driving it. And she had one of those like, oh my God faces and gripping the steering wheel and trying to push it away from her. And so my right foot was coming forward, and all I had the time to do, not even really getting time to think. Of course, it's just like in moments, like right foot hits the ground. And then as soon as my right foot hit the ground, I just almost like instinctually, I guess, used the fact, even though I was still going forward, of both feet on the ground to pop myself up in the air. So that's what I did. And I wasn't thinking, oh, I'll somehow dodge the car or whatever. It was, I just didn't want to get hit by that bumper, which, because that car was skidding, that front of the, ass end of the car was way up in the air. The bumper was near the ground. I mean, if it had like hit me, my leg, it would have broke my legs. Oh, I would have been unreal, the damage. But so I popped myself up in the air, and then I curled, as I realized I was going to be hitting this car, I curled myself kind of into almost like a fetal position. And I made my, my left side where I was going to take this impact. And it was during football season, I think. I made it like as hard as I could, like just, and I hit that windshield, and the windshield like smushed in. It didn't break into pieces everywhere. It just smushed in, and it turned like Snow White with all of these veins across it. And when the car stopped, and it sort of like caught me like a catcher's mitt. So I didn't like bounce off it or something. It like, I hit it and it smashed in, and then the car stopped. And when it stopped, I flew off the front of the car. I flew like right off the windshield. I don't know if I ever touched the hood. I don't think I did. I flew off the car and I landed on my feet. Now that's only possible because, I guess, of all the sports and natural agility. And I landed on my feet, and I was like, oh my God. Like I found myself essentially standing on the blacktop, and just having been hit by this car, I didn't know like if anything was wrong with me. I guess I was in shock. And so the next thing I thought was, oh my God, I got to get out of here. I looked to the right to see if cars were coming from that direction, and they weren't. Probably had stopped because they saw the car hit me. I ran across the road to my friend's car, and they were both in there with eyes like silver dollars because they saw it happen. And I jumped in the back, and they were trying to say, are you okay? Are you okay? And I was just thinking, just go, because we're going to get seen by administration, etc. So my friend takes off, and we get to his house. My one friend that was my age kind of was like tearing up from, I guess, the fright of it. And we get to the older kid's house, and we go inside, and he's like, well, we can relax. And inside, we go inside, and parents not home, and we go inside, and I still had not like felt anything wrong. And I was telling them, I was like, I think I'm okay. I think my neck should hurt, like the right side should hurt, like maybe my head did this, or did my head hit? And I was like, I didn't feel my head hit the glass, and I couldn't feel a sore spot or anything. But the only thing I noticed at that moment, finally, when we were at his house, was how painful my right hand was. My right hand was hurting really bad. And I looked down to see what was wrong with it. And I was gripping my book bag with the books inside so hard, and it hadn't let go from that intensity. I guess from the moment of impact, my fingers were all white, like blood it just pushed out of them, oxygen used up. And I had to, it sounds almost fake, I had to pull my fingers off, and they were super stiff, and it was hard for them to straighten out. That's all I noticed at first. And then later, the enormous bruise that started at like my shoulder, back side of my shoulder, my whole left side of my back, my ass, my left quad. I mean, it looked like I had some kind of tattooing accident. It exploded inside of me and coated me. But who knows how fast she was actually going. Fortunately, it wasn't fast enough to finish me off. But he says, them acrobatic tricks come in handy, huh? Says Hyperborean Jim. Damn right. Irish Christ has a message here. Experienced another anti-white social lynching. Again, we'll have to look into that. I'm almost out of time, brother. Make sure you one open, one empty, one drop. I thought I said that. Make sure you get to us in the thread with what happened there. 3 minutes and counting. Looks like we have K-Max McDonald financially gifting $5. Thank you, brother. It's been a long time. He says, Jason, have you seen the term anti-white appearing more and more now? Without question. Our teams have caused this. Tucker Carlson just said it again, and it's trending on Twitter regularly. We have absolutely done this, and it's set loose. Anti-whiteism. He says, K-Max goes on to say, trending on Twitter, ? I think this term is becoming more and more mainstream. It is. And it's because of the great people here and the hard work that they have done, the thankless work. In fact, not only is it thankless, but we've been condemned for it. People all over the white sympathetic sphere have condemned us for the successes we've had. So imagine that. Imagine what kind of people they are to condemn those who are responsible for the great gains, because they themselves were not responsible, because their ideas did not succeed, because their ideas result in exactly what I articulate they will result in, and what others have articulated they result in. They live the lives of the villain, and they suffer the consequences of the villain. We then articulate a different view, and a bunch of people get on board, but that's a fraction of the whole. And then those people who either argued against or didn't get on board, they kick themselves for it. They hate themselves for it. And then those with really bad character end up trying to deny that we did anything or cuss us for it and say that it didn't accomplish anything. So yeah, brother, we've seen the great success, and we're going to continue pushing. 23, we're going free, and it's going to get bigger and bolder and whiter, damn it, for all of us in white well-being. And we're not going to take no for an answer. We're going to bring hordes of our implicitly white sympathetic friends on over. We're going to make new friends, and that is going to be what changes the conversation in society across the West, which by that change makes that environment more conducive to white well-being, more amenable to an end to the victimization of our people. And we will greatly increase the number of people practicing the Go Free method with no apologies in all of the realms of their lives. And they are the real agents of change. They will be hated by it from those who have attempted to succeed and have failed, and who were dishonest in that pursuit because they wanted other things. And they reveal that in their hatred rather than in the laurel they cast at our feet. But it is you all who are going to make this happen. Remember that. I'll be back this week. We're out of time. I love you. Let's go free.